hop on that soon with you guys. Yeah. Okay, sorry guys, just have us a little frozen here, as far as I can tell. Man, the minute we're ready to go. Hmm. There we go. Okay, guys. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So
Yep.
I'm gonna start off by saying, yeah, okay, excellent. I'm gonna start off by saying, my internet sucks, as I think two of you well know, in this place, and I do apologize for it. So for today, I'm gonna ask that we just go voice only, for the sake of my poor bandwidth. My apologies on this. Won't be a long-term problem. It's going to just be for today. Um, uh, yeah. And if this and the second thing is, my apologies for last week. But yeah, free session this week. So silver lining, hopefully. But yeah, everyone's cool and ready to go. Let's hop. Share the sound. We don't so much need the tails fire at the moment. So all right, let's sorry about that. Let's see if we can't keep it going. I'm gonna keep trying to get Tailspire to work with me here. But you know what? For the time being, let's just use roll 20, and maybe it's gonna be a little bit of a theater of the mind situation. Okay. Share some sound. There we go. Okay. All right. I hope you can all hear me. Here we go. Let's do the calendar. So you guys had quite a day. Uh, you've been working pretty hard. You guys had purchased some climbing gear and headed into the mountains to track down a group of griffin poachers led by a mysterious figure named Rizix. Um, you found the poachers, you got a little beat up, but that night you stumbled upon them and you took a prisoner. You took a prisoner from a hunter by the name of Montgomery. Montgomery led you to Rizix, and you all persuaded Montgomery to sort of lay a distraction for you all. And that to his credit, he kind of did. You managed to take down their main base, but it seemed that Rizix got away. So you followed the trail to a nearby cave guarded by an owlbear. And within that cave, you defeated the owlbear. You found Rizix, who happened to be a talking bat, and then found that Rizix was not indeed a talking bat at all, but instead a very small demon. And you slew that demon, and lo and behold, you found yourselves a mighty clutch of griffin eggs, ready to be brought to the black market of Stilben. But you got there first. So, as you stand within the cave, having pretty much completed your job for the Ashari, all that's left is the collecting. Whether you wish to carry the griffin eggs there or leave them and then tell them where to find them, or whatever your decision may be. You have found the clutch of griffin eggs, you have defeated Rizix and left the poachers scattered. So it's up to you all what you wish to do next.
So, whereabouts in our day, like how many hours have we been awake? I feel like we should take a long rest, but I don't know. I just feel like we were gone and then we waited until night and then we've attacked. Am I right?
It was late in the evening. Yeah, you could take a long rest now. It would be pretty pretty super acceptable at this point. It's late in the night.
Well, if this place seems safe enough, why don't we take a long rest, recover whatever spells we need, taking the eggs with us to Zephrah, stopping by wherever we hid the other eggs, so we're bringing everything back at once. Monty's hurt pretty bad, but I probably could make it as a mule. It's better than a spider. Huh? Literally a mule.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
So it sounds like you all intend to make your way back to the like original fortification to reclaim your egg.
I think we're going to stay in the cave for now, are we not? Or do we want to go back to the...
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, let's stay in the cave for now. Let's just stop there before we, like, on the way back to Zephrah, let's stop.
Fair enough. It's not terribly far. So that's a good plan. Okay. You guys can all settle in to attempt a long rest if you wish to.
All right. Let me alarm the mouth of the cave, right? It seems to be the only entrance.
There's a couple entrances, but you can definitely find a pretty decent choke point in there to put an alarm on.
Yep, thanks.
Cool. Okay, alarm is up, and you guys can all begin to unravel your bags. Montgomery's like, "Oh, this will be I'm actually quite ready to get some. I'm gonna go to bed now," and he's gonna just unwind his bedroll and just sort of pass out pretty quickly.
You should eat first.
Yeah, do we want to try to harvest what we can from the owlbear if there's anything?
I think that's a
can
good idea.
Certainly take a swing at it.
Yep.
Make me if you guys want to figure out what parts of this creature are good, you can go ahead and make a nature check.
$15.
15. There are two parts to this creature that are worth taking. Of course, the first one is its wonderful large feathers. They're light. They're considered light decorative plumage, and they can be used for decoration, fans, apparel, arrows, bolts, and they sell pretty good. So if you had like a fairly large sack, you could extract enough to, it'll weigh you 5 pounds, and at market value, it's probably about 3 gold pieces. You could also use them to try and craft jewelry or whatever. Try and craft stuff yourself and maybe make a greater value.
Elaine will keep one as a quill.
You may add an owlbear feather to your inventory. Not hard to pluck. The next is its claws. If you have a pouch, you can store the claws inside, as the owlbear claws are a deadly natural weapon. And the long claws can be sold as a trophy, used as decoration, jewelry, small carvings. It would be a great addition to any hunter's sort of like trophy collection, as an owlbear is a very famous kill to take. If you were to sell off these claws, they'd go for 10 gold pieces.
How many are there?
Let's take a look. So it's basically like, you know how people will make like a bear claw necklace? So there's like the 4 or 5 claws right in the front. So basically, each paw, and there's 2 main paws to the owlbear that are worth extracting. So I would say like 2 sets, and each set's worth 10 gold.
All right. I will, I'll pouch those and we can divide them up later if we want.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and make a survival check for the extraction purposes?
Yep.
Yeah. Nature to know, survival to take.
Oh no, 8.
8.
Yeah.
Can you
go to.
have at it?
Sure. Yeah, you go for the first one there, Yazarvolg, and you're having trouble extracting the claws without damaging them. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Yve.
No, never mind. A 2 with whatever I've got on survival, which is a 5. I don't think a 7 is going to yield much of anything.
Right. I had a 3 and a 5.
Oh, okay.
We suck.
You guys are like trying to get these claws out, and they're in there
tired.
pretty neatly, and you guys are like not sure how to really get them out without like destroying them and ruining their value.
Pocket for
You
tired.
could still take them out, but they would. Yeah, I would say you guys could still like, if you guys wanted to very roughly take them out and make a necklace out of them, they'd still, you know, be kind of cool, but they wouldn't sell, you know, and they might not be identifiable. So like you wouldn't just walk around, people would be like, oh shit, they killed an owlbear. They'd be like, oh, I killed something.
That's all right. We'll kill another one at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, and so long as I can have a feather for quill, I suppose I didn't really want anything else.
All right.
All right.
Will the 7 get me my quill feather?
Yeah, sure. The 7 will get you. You go through a couple of them where they kind of like snap, but eventually you get yourself a nice quill.
Is there anything else in the cave area worth checking out that we can see immediately?
Let's see. Lots of bones, lots of scraps of various creatures that have been slain by the owlbear and eaten. I guess you could roll me a little investigation.
Yep. Yeah, I'll take a look around too.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm no good. I got a 5.
Okay.
I got an 18.
An 18, very good. You go looking around the cave there, Ember. And you're gonna find some stuff. You don't find much, but you do find like scraps of coin here and there from like the various hunters that seem to have been slain. You find a number of broken bows, scattered weapons, pieces of clothing. But you do end up finding like 15 silver, 21 copper amongst the remains of the dead.
Man, better a small win than nothing.
Fair enough.
All right. You said that there were other passageways. Does anything look like it has tracks or anything that we might want to explore?
With your own, rule survival. See how she goes.
Yeah, we're getting all we can get out of this whole cave situation.
Absolutely.
All right, now we're talking 21.
21. You go looking around and you do see that there are a couple of recent footprints that seem to lead in the entrance that you guys came through and up to the eggs and back out. With your roll, you would see that there's a slight differentiation of weight coming into the cave and less so going out, which might tell you that the only recent sort of humanoids and anything else that have been inside are people just putting down those eggs. Yeah, unfortunately, not too much.
Okay. I'm satisfied.
Nice.
Well, I'm ready for a nap then.
We should probably set watch anyway, just to be smart.
All right. Dodger goes, don't worry, I won't take a watch, and goes to bed.
I don't mind taking a watch. I don't actually need 8 hours, so I'm good.
You don't need 8 hours? Why not?
Well, I mean I do eventually, and but I'm already exhausted and I don't have spells to reclaim, so I'll take a watch.
Fair enough. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna say. You guys set up throughout the night, 4 watches. You guys make sure that everything's as safe as it could be. And lo and behold, you make it through the night without issue. And you can all take a long rest.
Huzzah!
Even me?
Huzzah. Even you, Zarvolg.
Long
So long as
rest!
you do indeed sleep eventually.
Sure.
Yay!
Woohoo!
I'm gonna check my spells. Make sure I got the. There's one I want to switch out.
I'll give you guys a second to organize spells, I guess.
Yep, thanks.
I had a really good idea, but I can't remember it, so never mind.
That's funny. Right. Yeah, you guys can hop up and carry on.
Sure. Right.
You guys want to head back to that main fortification and acquire your egg?
Yeah. I should remember. I mean, I assume since I can't get lost that I know where I put the egg.
Yes, I would say you know your way back pretty well and easy. Okay, let me see how well them traveling goes.
Oh, how many eggs did you pick up in the cave?
Damn, that's a good question.
Also,
Let's see.
Also, before we leave, if Monty has to walk, are we at half speed?
Let me check. I gotta go double check his injury that he got.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna say above the table. Can you remind me when Monty's injury was? I don't remember.
He has a cardiac injury. He has
Right.
he has a permanent level of exhaustion and gains a new one every time he's basically terribly frightened.
Okay.
And I believe at this point in his exhaustion, so you guys scared him pretty bad. I think he's still at half. I think he's at 2 levels, so he's at half movement.
All right, so right now I can stay shifted for an hour before we have to switch. But if I've mathed my math correctly, it will still be faster for me to go for 2 hours, take a short rest, and then go for another 2 hours, which should get us back to Zephrah than it would be if we just walked at Monty's speed. It's up to you if someone wants to check my numbers. It was not my strongest suit. And if so, in deference to our new companion, might I suggest a mule?
You calling me a mule? That's not very nice.
No, Look, I can carry you. If I turn into something that can carry you, I can't very well give you a piggyback. Look at me, I'm small. But you don't like spiders, and I don't want to scare you, and that's not very nice. So I was thinking maybe a mule. A horse can't handle the terrain, or I'd turn into a horse.
One of those really big mountain goats.
Hey,
I
not
can't do a mountain goat
fake.
yet either.
Have you
I
seen
tried
any
last
of
night.
animals?
I'm sorry, Monty, what was that?
It's very impressive.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Anyway, I thought you might prefer to ride than rest, so I can't do a mountain goat yet. I tried. So a mule's best for the terrain, or a spider. I can't do any animal, or I'd do something more majestic that could fly. Do you have a preference?
Oh, preference. Let me think. I don't want to be picky. I mean, whatever you've been doing, I'll trust you. You keep
Whatever
doing what you're
goes,
doing.
let's go.
She bamfs into this really cute purple mule that somehow has with uh floppy ears, like they don't seem to want to stay up. And she lets out a hee-haw of some sort, and we'll go up to Monty and kind of lower down to make it easy for him to get up.
Right, like the Pinocchio version of a donkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he'll get on it and he'll be like, all right, here we go again. King of the mountain, that's the I am. And yeah,
I
you
love
guys
the table.
can
At this point, I can't talk, so I'm going to follow Zarvolg.
understood.
Yeah, and away we go, I guess.
And away we go. You guys begin to make your way forth. You begin to make your way forth. You travel without too much issue, as it's not terribly far away, back to the main fortification where you dropped off your egg and did the initial battle. Let's turn off my webcam set because you're in the mountains, baby.
Oh, and by the way, I'm totally trying out my new goggles all the way.
Hell yeah! And they're
Just
pretty
looking at everything, just seeing what I can see.
Yeah, you make me maybe a little perception check. I believe you'll have advantage because you're trying to spot stuff far away. I think that's how they work.
Oh, another 21 at advantage.
Ooh, shit. You walk out and you flip those goggles down, and they sort of just jut in, and you can see tons of stuff. That's one. I'll say you like kind of tilt your head around from this high point in the mountains, and like just you can't quite see the town proper itself, but you can see some of the cloudy peaks that make up Zephrah.
Oh, these things rock. All right. Also, there was another band heading out. Can I see if I can primeval awareness them? They were like leaving the fortification like
see.
hours before we came up.
Oh shit. We back.
Yeah. So I was saying there was a band that was headed out of the fortification like hours before we trekked in originally.
Right.
Can I just check the 5 mile radius and see if they're anywhere abouts?
Ah, yes, you span your senses outward, trying to perceive any poachers. You do not. I don't. Or let me double check. Hang on, let me go a little. Nope. Yep. No poachers within 5 miles of you.
Great. Yeah, I think they were headed home anyway. I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. No worries at all. But yeah, you make it back. You get your egg. Cool stuff. Cool beans. And you can begin your trek back to Zephrah if that is to your preference.
Actually, before we leave the kind of ruined encampment,
Okay.
want to grab one of the charcoal sticks out of their fire and pick a place like under that overhead platform that was there, like on one of the vertical support pillars,
Okay.
and just write out in common, "You're all done. Fuck off."
Nice. Okay. I'll tell you what, make me a little intimidation check, Ember. And I'll say make it an advantage as you're doing this on a field of victory, technically.
Give me a 16.
Okay, you leave this message and maybe something about the font, but pretty scary stuff. These guys, anybody who comes back and sees this will probably know best to stay away.
Yvain whinnies awkwardly in mulish approval.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, and you guys can continue your travels towards Zephrah. Let me go ahead and double check here your distance. Okay, so even with Zarvolg's help, you guys are probably you're about 2 days away. Zarvolg helping to overcome any sort of rough terrain. But yeah, you guys are about 2 days away. So you have climbing gear, which is awesome, which is going to preserve your ability to travel without danger. So I'm going to make it very simple. I'm going to go ahead and just roll 2 days worth of random encounters, and we'll see how it goes as you make your mountainous travel back to Zephrah. All right. All right. Dice. You travel back. You guys, your legs burn and your arms are sore, and Montgomery is a little bit slow, but he knows what he's doing. He seems to be a very skilled climber. And as you guys are making your way back, Zarvolg, maybe you take a little shortcut, and you guys find a sparkling stream of water that seems to be spilling from a crevice higher up into the spire. It's like this tiny, tiny, tiny little waterfall that just sort of like spills down from rock to rock to rock, and then just sort of forms this gentle little stream. And you guys find yourselves at some point during the day, you're at this little stream with a nice little respite.
Oh, nice. Can I get a check on the water?
What exactly are you looking for?
I guess just to make sure that it's regular water. So whatever nature, survival, whatever that is.
Just to make sure it's proper water. Yeah, go ahead and make me a nature check.
10.
10. Looks to be just fine water.
Are we taking a short rest at this point?
If you guys would deem it worthy to sit down and have a little resty rest.
I'm fine with resting.
Sure, why not? Top
At
up the
some
water
point, I would like
skins
to
and
roleplay a rest of one of them before we get to Zephrah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take a rest.
So yeah, I'm gonna say this is the second day. Yesterday went off without a hitch, and you guys had a heavy long rest as after a tiring day of mountain climbing. And this is and you just have a couple more hours before you get to Zephrah. So yeah, you settle in for a short rest.
Excellent. So, I thought we could, talk a bit and make some decisions before we actually get back to Zephrah.
what do you have in mind?
Well, a few things. Our job is finished, so I suppose we need to decide what we want to do next. There's one thread we could see worth pulling, which is the residuum angle, or we could just let that go and go straight to Western, because Western's the closest place other than Stilben, we're sort of halfway in between. And I suppose I wanted to talk to Montgomery a bit.
Go talk to me. Oh, and by the way, he's not at half speed anymore on the second day.
Okay.
He's still got the disadvantage on ability checks. So he's still a little dumb, but
Yeah, so however it was that we got together, we're companions now, right? So, and she puts her hand out and she said, I'm Yvain of the Earth Ashari. It's nice to meet you.
oh, well, I'm Montgomery of the road, I suppose. Not really from anywhere.
So, what are you going to do after this? Like, you wanted us to get you back to Stilben, but like, are you in love with Stilben? It's like your favorite place in the world. Or are you just looking for work?
I don't think Stilben is anyone's favorite place in the world, if I could be quite honest.
So, hear me out. I think you're great. Like, as a human being, I think you're great. And you're amazing at what you do, right? Like, you're half speed and still climbing as good as anyone. So, the Ashari are very welcoming to skilled people. And you're a skilled climber. And I think if you weren't in love with Stilben, that if you're looking for a full belly and a roof and, maybe a quiet culture where you could enjoy your life, maybe you should enjoy staying in Zephrah. Not that you couldn't come with us if of course you could. We promised you could. I'm just saying, you should consider it.
Make a persuasion. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Zorhulk.
No, I was just gonna say, are you sure that's a good idea?
Yeah. Everyone deserves a second chance. I will say this, if you were responsible for killing the Ashari trackers, this is probably not on the table.
Right. Is he going
You
to
weren't
explain who
part
he
of
is?
that group.
Oh, I mean,
You don't
I
have-
say. Oh, well, sorry. You go ahead.
No,
All
it
right.
does matter if you were one of the ones who killed those trackers.
I didn't kill no trackers. I've been let me. No, I didn't kill no trackers. Rizik said that it was probably best to avoid rather than get into a scrap with him. And we generally avoided. So no, I didn't kill any trackers.
I rolled a 19.
On an insight?
No, on I rolled persuasion. I thought that's what I was supposed to roll.
Yeah, you're supposed to roll persuasion. What'd you get?
A 19.
A 19. You see, he looks a little like you suggested. He looks a little like surprised at the suggestion to that he's done this thing that would generally offend offend the culture, and here you are like, okay, maybe give it a shot, and he's like, oh, okay. So he definitely looks a little surprised. Goes, oh, I mean, I guess I could. I I
Nothing
just
wastes.
what was it?
No, go ahead.
I just it's a strange offer. I have to admit. Um, I don't know. I feel a little strange for joining up with him because you know of what I did and what I was working on.
So everyone deserves second chances, and I can't actually make the offer. I can suggest to them that they should. But you're good at what we do. You're good at what you do. And that's hard to find in the mountains. The Ashari
Pretty
don't waste resources. Not feathers, not beaks, and certainly not people.
well. Um, I mean, if you could put a good word in for me, I mean, I'm just a hunter, right? I mean, like, I'm not like a career criminal or nothing like that.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, I never been to the Ashari. You know, you hear a thing or two, I guess.
You're in for a treat.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know, he just kind of looks nervous at the prospect. The idea of him living with his victims is, you can tell
Right.
it makes him uncomfortable, as it would probably anybody.
Zarvo watches this interaction with a lot of amusement and an incredible amount of doubt.
That's fair. You see, kind of like he catches that Zarl and he has trouble meeting your gaze as he probably shares your sentiment.
So, what are we doing? Western or going back to Stillben?
Well, I think that's going to largely depend on what happens when we get back to Zephrah. Um, you know, do they have any other problems besides this one, which is resolved? If we end up being mostly well, then we have opportunities to follow up on a number of things. Western sounded like it had the research potential for you, Yvain, for your scroll of whatever that is.
Right, but that's not going anywhere.
Well,
That's like a library.
that's true. It's not going anywhere.
So here's
But
what I'm
our driving motivation was to get ourselves healthy ish. And if we've accomplished that, then we have an opportunity to look at those other ends. I mean, we still know that in the plains between here and Westruun, there's still uh you know cattle or other farm animals that are disappearing. That is happening for a cause and reason. There may be something there that we can do to be of help, but there's nothing wrong with opting to follow up on something that is germane to us. It doesn't necessarily always have to be about helping somebody else. If we can get a handle on the nature of that scroll and advance your knowledge or find some research directions there, I think that that's a perfectly acceptable outcome. Barring that, Western is also on its way to the lake. If we want to try to pick up the trail of Feroxy, hopefully he made it. Single manning it through the swamp does not sound like the world's best idea, but that was his choice.
So here's why I bring up the residuum, and it is the only reason I bring it up now. It is time sensitive. As soon as Larkel finds a buyer, he will sell it. The only reason it's of any interest to us at all is because the Ashari demonstrated discomfort at either the residuum being out in the world or the money being out in the world. And I wasn't sure of what I was reading, but they shifted uncomfortably. If they wanted to procure the residuum, we know they're using it in those windmill thingies that they showed us. Yeah, they're doing something with it. So
To be
if the
perfectly
class-
honest, I think the residuum is a dead end.
Perfect.
Happy
If,
jumps in the water.
if
If
the
we need to put it into bed, it needs to be put to bed now, because later it's going to be put to bed for us, you know? I just want to be conscious about it. Cool beans. So off we go.
You see Happy, the wonderful little horned hamster bunny, is like swimming around in the water like Thumper.
Oh,
Okay, can I
Happy.
can I check
They're
in
probably
with
going to
Happy?
Happy now.
What was that, Zephrah?
I said, can I check in with Happy? A little primeval awareness nature talk.
Okay. All right. I love this feature. Hang on a second. I just want to pull it up so I make sure I'm getting all the details correct.
Right. It is
Look.
as I pointed out to Carmen earlier in the week, it's relatively limited. It's not meant to be the same as like speak to animals.
Yeah. Yeah, this would be very much like almost like Newt Scamander a little bit from Fantastical Beasts and Where to Find Them and whatever. Like, yeah, it's sounds and gestures, and you can communicate them to them simple ideas. So they generally understand you, but as long as it's fairly simplistic. So yeah, you walk over and embrace the power of the primeval awareness and connect with this bestial creature. And what do you want to? You get the sense. Oh, you get to sense some stuff. Okay. You can read its basic moon intent. Happy is right now very happy, and like seems to be looking for cool rocks. And you see Happy just sort of like doing a little dive and coming up with a little rock, and almost like an otter, sort of like playing with it a little bit, and then throwing it away, and then going back in and looking for another one. And Happy's just kind of happy right now. Is there anything you want to try and communicate?
I don't think there's anything I want to communicate. I might ask Yvain like if he's looking for something in particular.
You want to ask if, yeah, so you sort of gesture and like kind of like maybe you tilt your head a little bit, like curiously side to side, at
Right.
Happy, and Happy sort of looks at you with recognition and understanding that you're basically saying, what are you looking for? And Happy sort of continues to look through rocks, demonstrating as such, and eventually picks up this one little rock and looks quite happy with it. You see, picks up this very smooth blue river rock and starts kind of like moving it around in his paws and like sniffing it and like looking at it. And hops over to Yvain and we'll put it in Yvain's hand.
All right.
Oh, like they have a moment where they get really choked up looking at this rock, and gives Happy a big old hug and says, speaks forever in Sylvan.
As you're like celebrating Happy's little gift to you, Happy leans over with his little horn and taps the stone. And as Happy taps the stone, it begins to glow.
All right. Do I recognize this stone?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh.
Okay, well now he has my undivided attention.
Nope.
It glows very faintly in this moment.
8.
But yes, 8. Yeah, you don't know what's going on here.
You said it was an Arcana check?
Arcana check. Yeah, to understand what's going on here.
All right, that's a 16 on the dice. My Arcana is +1, so 17.
You've heard of these. You never really knew how they were made, or if they're just found, or what their deal is. But this dull blue little river stone that's soft to touch, and as you sort of like maybe move it around your hand, you realize that it makes remarkably little sound. This is a magic item now. It was once a river stone, but per the power of Happy, it is now a magic item known as an echo stone.
Oh.
Basically, how it works is that when you take an action to squeeze the stone, it glows faintly for 1 minute. The stone records all sound made within 15 feet of it while glowing, and then repeats the recorded sound at an equal volume once every 5 seconds. The cycle of repetition continues until the stone is squeezed again as an action, which silences it. Squeezing the stone twice in quick succession as an action causes it to play the sound it has most recently recorded rather than recording new sounds. I need to add that to my list of magic items. But you have an echo stone on your hands, Yvain.
So she's going to hold the stone and look at Happy and can she run an insight check? Because, you know, she didn't know her bunny was magic.
You want to figure out if Happy is magic?
Does he all of a sudden seem more intelligent? Like, I thought he was sort of my bunny companion and we could communicate, but I didn't have the idea that he was, you know, able to create magical items and perhaps capable of higher reason. I don't know.
I'll give you different information depending on which role you decide to use, but you can either make me a insight or arcana or nature. Any of the 3.
Insight, because it's wisdom based. Yeah, I am just so overwhelmed by the beauty of the stone. I can't even form coherent thought. That was a 1.
You're a little dumbfounded by your familiar. Happy is your familiar. You've never heard of familiars bearing such power before.
All right. Can I, as I'm watching this and seeing this peculiar bunny action, can I suss anything about this magical bunny?
Yeah, you may make a similar check based on the rules I said: Arcana, Nature, or Insight.
All right.
Echo Stone should be added if you want to add it to your inventory, Yvain. If it's not there, give it like 10-15 minutes and it should pop up.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
No, I only got a 10.
10? Zarvog, it's very clear that this is a familiar per the Find Familiar spell. A very unique one, though, as you've never heard of a creature that looks like this before. What was the roll that you made? Like, what skill did you use?
Oh, I used insight.
Insight. There's something. All I can say, and all that you can tell, is that there's something there's more than meets the eye with this little rabbit. It has a unique shape, and you don't think that that's just like a frivolous thing. There's something unique about this bunny.
Got it.
All right, so I'll be carrying my bunny back home.
Yeah, you like pick up Happy in your hand, in like your arm, and Happy's little feet just sort of like dangle, sort of again Thumper like in front of himself, and he just sort of happily like lets you do that, a little placidly. Okay. Is there anything you all wanted to do on this short rest, or did you want to continue your travels back to Zephrah?
I'm good to march on.
Yeah, I'm good. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss, Yvain?
No, I just thought we should check in before, getting there and then being like, oh, what do we want to do? And they expect us to look like we know what we're talking about, and then we don't, is all. It's happened a couple times.
Yeah.
All right. You guys go on to another couple hours of traveling. You guys are going to get there in a bit of the late evening. All right. Let me adjust my music here because we're getting a Zephrah choir. And any moment now. Bye. There we go. You find yourselves once more entering into the beautiful beautiful town and sanctuary of Zephrah. As you make your way in, you find that the galing winds of the mountains begin to slow. And here you are, once more back in the beautiful lands of Zephrah, the little villages, the big tree, and the many wind riders that glide through the air. You are back in this peaceful Ashari village. Where are you headed? You headed to complete your trials?
Yeah, that seems like the best of all possible worlds, but that's me.
Yeah, let's go.
Fair enough.
Go check in.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. Incredible. You guys find your way up to the cherry blossom tree, where once again you find Corin and his wife, Vilya. You guys come back and you guys have bags. You guys have bags and bags and bags of griffin eggs. I imagine as you were traveling, you didn't have all of them on your back, and after a while, Montgomery probably actually took a bunch. And here around the end of the trip, like, was like, no, I'll go it. I mean, go make good impression and all. And so you guys are wandering through with a few large protective bags strapped to each and every one of you. And you make your way up, and Corin turns. He says, "Oh, you're back. You've what are these are a lot of bags you have here. Are they really? Are they eggs?"
We believe so, but of course authenticate them.
Vilya, help me. And they will come over the bags down gently and open them up, and there's like, it's on site. Like, they immediately know what they're looking at. They open them up and they sort of like, there's like a Vilya sort of that's a little gasp of just sort of like joy of good, and then they look at each other with great relief and happiness, and they look around and they say, there must be 24 eggs here, maybe more. If you and you brought them all back, this is the clutch.
We believe so, yes.
This is, and what of Rizix and his poachers?
It was a closet. I don't know how one of them got up here, but that's what it was. It was gross.
There was a closet,
yeah.
a deep.
Yes. He seemed to be acting alone. Most of the poachers are expired, except for one, and I humbly ask you to hear me out.
Zarvog chuckles and nods his head towards Monty.
This is Montgomery.
Montgomery, who's got like his own bag and quiver and everything, and he's got like 3 bags, like one strapped to his front, 2 under his arms. And he sort of like kind of looks around the room wide-eyed, or looks around wide-eyed and kind of like very gently puts them down, kind of like looks at the ground, very sort of like, you know, a kid who wet the bed and he kind of got caught. He definitely has that look of like guilt. Sort of like maybe like kicking the door and goes, so my name's Montgomery, sir. I don't know what to say. He kind of just starts looking around the group desperately for help.
No, please. He fell on hard times. He went to Stilbin. He's a hunter by trade. He went to a hunter's lodge. There was shady work in the mountains. He never was involved in killing any of the Ashari. Any of those who actually killed the Ashari have been addressed. He didn't realize the gravity to the ecosystem. He's more or less a victim of economics, and I am not asking for mercy. I am merely asking you to give him the opportunity. Actually, she's telling the truth. This is the best of the truth as she understands it. To give him the opportunity to prove that he's not an absolute ass. He's a hunter and a trapper by trade, and I can attest to his skills. And he's injured horribly, so it's going to be hard for him to get work anywhere else. Look at him.
Make me a big fat history or a big fat persuasion check.
Dice, don't fuck me now. Dice, don't fuck me now. Please, no whammies. Okay, that's an 18. She's covered in sweat. Probably shaking. A little tear coming out of her eye. She's terrified.
What did you roll?
Oh, an 18.
Oh, an 18. Okay, I thought you were still rolling. An 18. Got it.
Yeah, I've been like, this
He's-
pregnant pause is killing me.
I know, me too. I was like, what's the roll, man? He looks sternly at Montgomery. And he looks back at you, Yvain, and he says, so you wish... So, help me understand. What is it exactly that you want us to do? Or is he to be... You brought him here to be brought to justice, or to join the Ashari?
Both.
Both.
He owes the Ashari a debt of sorts. I ask the opportunity to pay it off.
He looks at Vilya. Vilya just sort of smiles at Corin, maybe gives him a little shrug. And Corin smiles at her.
And going to step back at this point and be humble.
Understood.
Oh my God.
Corin will approach Montgomery, who like struggles to meet his gaze but does his best to. And Corin will say, Montgomery. Montgomery says, yes, sir. Corin says, you hunted these griffins and you slew them. He goes, yes, sir. And he goes, it takes a skilled hunter to slay a griffin. And you brought these griffin eggs back, if you ask me. That is, has its own sense of retribution about it. But that doesn't mean that we trust you here yet, poacher. But perhaps if these adventurers who have brought back all these goods and they seem to trust you well enough, he will turn to the group and say, you wish for your reward to be extended to this one, that he might be healed of whatever injuries he has, and then join the Ashari to pay recompense, shall we say, for what he has done.
He was instrumental in our overtaking the poacher's encampment He was instrumental in leading us to the cave where Rizix was holed up when he fled that encampment. I believe he has earned his opportunity by putting himself in harm's way.
All right, I think I'm back.
Yay!
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Am I back? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
He sort of nods at you with a excellent. He nods at you with a sort of like stern look in his eye. And anyone who looks at Villia, she doesn't look entirely sure what Corin's going to do either. But Corin turns to Montgomery. I'll tell you what, Ember, why don't you make a persuasion check in there too?
That'll be a net 20 for a 26.
Corin looks at Montgomery and says, "Very well. We will heal you of your injuries, and you may stay here amongst the Arishari, and you will learn of our people. And perhaps in being here, you, Hunter, might learn something of community and of responsibility. And in that, maybe you'll have that you see. I don't know what to say, sir. Thank you. I never had a place to live before. I'll do everything I can to apologize for what I've done. Yes, right. Very well, very well. Well, that's settled then. And he'll turn to the rest of you. He'll say, "You have done great deeds this day. You've brought back all of these eggs, and they will be redistributed to griffin nests amongst the summit peaks, so that they may have life and home once more. And perhaps, maybe even with Mr. Montgomery here's help, we might even learn a thing or two about Stilben and how to reacquire some eggs, but that's not for you to worry about. You have done great deeds, and we will heal you of your wounds. Take some time. We will heal you tonight, and you may do what you wish in the morning. You may stay here, and Zephrah owes you thanks. But more than that, as I promised, you brought back a great number of eggs. We'll extend to you, I think, a worthy reward." And he is going to wander. He's gonna like. No, he at least says, "Well, some of you have pretty bad injuries. Me and Villia will cover your healing, and let's get to it. I'm sure you're quite done all stumbling about and broken arms and such." And Villia will put out her hand to Dodger, and Dodger's hand will sort of heal into place, and Dodger will sort of take their hand out of the splint and be like, "Right, it's pretty fucking good." And they'll get who has injuries, which is Finch. You'll see, God, Corin. He'll come up to you, Finch, gesture, if it's okay to touch, and then he will put his hand upon your brow, and you'll feel energy flood into your head, and lo and behold, that brain-tearing concussion that you've been carrying around for the last little while, it fades, as if it were never there, as if it were never happening.
Wow. I like shake my head and be like, oof. Didn't realize how much that rocked me. A new man.
One of those sky sails with the big wings sort of flies down. This air genasi jumps off of it and sort of spins it around into a staff and lands with a bag on his back. And he'll walk up to Vilya, sling it off his shoulder, hand it to Vilya, and smile at the rest of you, and then sort of re-equip his sky sail and sort of fly back off into the winds of Zephrah. Vilya opens up the pack and says, "You have brought us a great clutch of dragon eggs. You brought us an incredibly large amount of griffin eggs, all in good repair. And more than that, you brought us a new hunter. I would say this is worthy of 2 extra rewards, and these are 2 things that I don't think you'll find in places other than the Ashari. So, I will present them now." She'll look at Yvain and Zarvalg and say, "There are some things in this world that are more useful to rangers and druids. Only they may contain their power, so I will present them to the both of you." She'll pull out of her bag a sickle, but not just any sickle. It is a silver blade and seems to glimmer softly with moonlight and starlight. She says, "This is the moon sickle. It is a weapon that is used by druid and ranger alike, and it makes spellcraft a little bit easier and healing all the more powerful." And she'll sort of present that to the 2 of you, and you 2 may decide which one wants it.
Yeah, no, Zarvalg
Fight.
Zarvalg definitely steps back and concedes to Yvain. Also, can I assume that I got healed in there?
Yeah. What was your injury?
I had the neck wound exhaustion.
Oh, I'd forgotten. Yes, I will say Yvain then thereafter comes up to you, casts Regenerate, and your throat is fixed and you can breathe again, thankfully, finally. And then lastly, Corn will make his way over to Montgomery, stiffly put his hand on his chest, and Montgomery will sort of like, "Oh, that's way better." And he starts just sort of like walking around and just like feeling good again.
Yvain was following closely as the druids were doing this is the first time she's gotten to study like a druid doing druid shit. So she's maybe a little too close, like watching, like what are their hands doing? What are they saying? How does this work? She's going to try it later on Finch.
Yes, you hear druidic incantations directed towards the evocation to the healing, transmutative, very complex druidic root rules of ancient magic, and hand gestures and somatic components that are difficult. This is beyond a power level that you possess, Yvain, but you've seen it here and there from where you're from, but never this close. And with that, you are presented by Vilya this gorgeous moonlit silver sickle, and hands it to you, Yvain, and says, "For a druid, I think it'll serve you quite well. Please."
She has a Happy in her arms, so she'll put Happy like up on her shoulders, on her head,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of take the sickle and sort of half bow and step back, sort of blushing and shy.
It's a fine sickle. It is very, very well balanced. You may add to your inventory an uncommon moon sickle. This is a +1 weapon.
Hell yeah.
Oh, no, my mistake. While holding this weapon, you gain a bonus to attack and damage rolls. So yeah, it is plus weapon. And you gain a bonus to spell attack rolls and the saving throw DCs of your druid and ranger spells you made. So basically, you got a +1 across the board. And when you restore hit points, you can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the amount of hit points restored.
That's so fucking good.
Oh, that's extra.
That's immaculate.
Vilya goes into the bag and looks at you, Zarval, with a little bit of like a look of like, oh, I haven't, you're not getting away from me. And she pulls out, she'll go up to you and she'll say, your skill as a ranger is not something that is easily missed, warrior.
Oh, he's super happy. He's puffing his chest.
She smiles. She says, "You know, the mark of the Great Rangers is they're marked with a green cloak. Wherever we go, wherever a fine ranger is found, they bear nature's mantle." She produces from the bag this long, beautiful green cloak. It has a mantle. It is held together by this sort of like winding of like brass wire, and it is gold, or it's like a silvery, coppery gold trim across the mantle and hood. And the actual material, it seems to be made of like it seems to almost change as she moves it. Like as she moves, pulls it out and moves it in front of the cherry blossom tree, it starts to turn like pink petaled in places with brown bark. But generally, it seems to hold this like this long. It's sort of flat to the cloak, so it does look like it is weaved and it is a cloak, but it looks like green grass all the way along it. And she presents it to you.
All right.
You may add a nature's mantle to your inventory. The cloak shifts color and texture to blend into the terrain surrounding you. While wearing the cloak, you can use it as a spellcasting focus for your ranger spells. While you're in an area of light obscurity, you can hide as a bonus action, even if you're in direct observation.
Oh, very nice. All right. Thank you. So Zarvog, very humbly but proudly, if those are possible to be at the same time, kind of, bows and steps back.
Absolutely. I posted an image of the cloak in the Roll20. If anyone's on there.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. I could toss it in the Facebook too, if anyone likes that better. Tal'Dorei, there we go.
That's nice.
Every ranger needs his cloak. She nods at you and sort of gestures for you to put it on.
Oh yeah, he definitely swings it on again, very proudly. So he's pushed his shoulders back, chest out, standing as tall as he can. Very pleased.
And you look as rangery as you ever have. And I have to say, my friend, that first ranger that you met ever so long ago, he had his own green cloak, but it wasn't quite as cool as this.
Right.
Incredible. She says, "This is what we have for you. I hope this is to all of your liking, and we, Zephrah here, owe you great thanks. Please, if you ever find yourself needing solitude or respite or community, the Archery will always welcome. Especially you, sister." And she puts a hand on your shoulder, Yvain.
Yvain just blushes and nods. I know back home, sometimes I see like emissaries sort of regularly, like messengers coming from Zephrah. Do you know if in the coming months you'll have any people going to Terra?
We try and stay contacted with our sister tribe, but well, we don't do it all the time. Admittedly, but if you found your way to Terra, we would absolutely wish to extend our hope them good fortune and ensure that they do not require anything of us. We do have certain communication systems, but if you were to return to Terra, young druid, you let them know that the Archery are always vigilant and hope that they fare well.
Of course. Thank you.
Actually, give me just a half a moment. I need to check something. Okay, actually, I take it back. Corin will actually look at you, Yvain, and will say, "Yvain, if you wouldn't mind, I would borrow some of your time, just for a moment."
Of course.
And he'll take you aside. He says, I'm aware that there are happenings in Terra. As you well know, sorry, hang on a second. My words are a little ahead of my progress on the screen here. Give me just 1/2 of a moment, and I'll be right with you. Right. God damn it. There we go. He'll say, tell me, what is the news of Terra? Have you heard much of the Heart of the Mountain?
Well, she kind of looks around. He's old, but he's also grumpy about it. And if you say anything about it, the mountain shakes for a week. So we all sort of walk on eggshells, not talking about the fact that he's old.
Are you aware of the rumors surrounding Patrice?
No, rumors.
I see. I would implore that you return to Terra just as soon as you can. Rumor has spread throughout the Cliff Keeps and into our own tribe as well. That the Heart of the Mountain is, well, Patrice is seeking a new Heart of the Mountain. That a new Aramente is to be undertaken.
He's finally done it.
It is, admittedly, it is rumor. I am not even entirely certain if Patrice does that. It seems wildly out of character, but the rumors themselves have sparked dozens of druids, even from here, to make their way to Terra and try and impress Patrice, if that is possible.
So Yvain is trying and failing to suppress her absolute mirth at this.
I will
He's
say,
going to hate that. He's going to rain hell on them. They have no. Do they know him? Did you warn them before they left?
I indeed told the youth that rumor is just that, rumor, and it's possible, but one should be cautious of rumor. And you see that he is similarly kind of half smiling at you, as he seems that you two are both in on a joke that nobody else in Terra, or excuse me, Zephrah seemed to be in on. You get the sense that he's met Patrice as well, and that this is the prospect of him, handing down the title is ridiculous.
Yeah, Patrice is gonna die fighting an earth elemental.
Patrice die fighting an earth elemental. He's more stubborn than any earth elemental.
It's true. But you're right. It's probably time for me to go back home.
You do what you wish to do, young druid. I simply thought you might wish to hear the rumors. I do not know where you've been on your travels, and one wishes to know of what's going on in their home.
Thank you. Thank you, really. I appreciate it.
Well, if you do end up there, I have no doubt the Heart of the Mountain could use a little help with getting rid of people. So I have no doubt that he wishes to do.
Thank you so much.
Of course. And he'll just sort of gesture and return you back to the group unless there's anything else you wish to say.
Not at all. She'll go back with happy on her head and a sickle at her hat and kind of bouncing around with a cheerful step.
Fantastic. All right, you return. Montgomery puts his hand on Finch's shoulder as he talks to the group and goes, "Well, it's been quite interesting traveling with you lot. But it seems I'm to become a great ranger of the Ashori tribes or some such. So he looks at you, Zarval, with a wink and says, "You better watch your back. You might find Montgomery might be teaching you a thing or two if you ever come back."
I'd welcome it.
God, you're so fucking scary. Anyway, he swallows hard and he goes, "Oh well, I guess I'll just be about until someone tells me to go climb something or go shoot something." So,
just one last thing, Monty.
uh,
You know, one of my other forms, my favorite actually, is a direwolf.
you what?
If you fuck this up, I'll find you and I'll eat you. I love you. And she like kind of waves and scampers off.
The color goes from his face and he's like, right.
Finch will look at him and say, they'll do it too.
I saw firsthand y'all's ruthlessness. No doubt I'm fucked forever if I do anything naughty.
That's right. Never forget it.
Oh, God. What have I got myself into?
Finch will kind of laugh, like, half like joking, and kind of like nudge Monty. So
Yeah, and he'll kind of like give you a smirk, and he gets he's in hot water and he's been given an opportunity. Yeah. But he gets that he's been given an opportunity, but nonetheless, you guys have left shall we say, an impression upon the young hunter.
Well, Andy feels better.
Andy feels way better from the arrow that you guys shot him with.
Listen.
Oh, sorry, it was a dagger. My apologies. It was a dagger. I believe Finch like stabbed him in the chest, and now so he's feeling better from that.
Yeah, that's good.
And as the night carries into dark, you find yourself here in Zephrah, and you have a little time to figure out what you want to do next, or if there's anything you want to do around Zephrah, or yeah. Well, so what's the plan, guys? You want to catch some sleep?
Actually, I've got a couple of small things that I need to dig up.
Yeah, go for it.
I got to find myself a brass pot and some incense and charcoal. Small stuff.
All of those things can indeed be acquired here in Zephrah. If you want a brass well, you could loan a brass brazier unless you want one for yourself in case something happens.
I want one for myself.
Fair enough. A brass brazier, I believe, is the component. Let's call that brass. Let's call it like 5. Even seems like a bit much. Let's call it like 3 silver for the brazier, and then you can mark off the gold for whatever material component for the incense that you need.
Okay.
But yeah, those can easily be acquired around here. These are pretty magical people. Is there anything else?
Is there a place where I can purchase a hand crossbow in town?
That you can, my friend. There's hunters galore around here, and there's no shortage of individuals that might wish for such an item. I believe those go for 25 gold a pop, if I'm not mistaken.
Happy to pay it.
All right, mark off 25 gold pieces, and you can be the happy owner of a hand crossbow. Do you have the bolts?
I don't have the bolts. No.
No, okay. You can purchase those as well. I don't have the prices of those in front of me, but if you look it up in your equipment, it should tell you the gold price of 20 bolts.
Okay.
And you can also pick up a bolt case as well, as that is sort of the quiver equivalent.
Will do.
All right, just mark off the gold. I trust you.
All right.
Yep. We can sell the sellables. Do we have many sellables?
What are your sellables?
What do we have? I know we had some like bows and
Yeah. But we
unfortunately Dodger
We have
had
feathers
tentacle.
to be turned into magical feathers, and we have. Or do we not want to do that here? Do you want to do that somewhere else?
Well, I figured that would take a period of time, so
All right, yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to do it. I do want to actually I want to get them made into crossbow bolts, and I do want to get the scimitar made, but I figured that would take some time, and we weren't going to wait in Zephrah that long.
Do I think that this is something that could be done in Terra, DM? I feel like I've lost him.
Yeah, I think we may have lost him.
Right.
I guess we can talk about what sellable stuff we actually have. Dodger
I've
should
got a
have
list.
Okay. Oh, good,
and
great.
You know something?
I've,
Ember's already doing stuff. Let's just let him do it.
Yep.
Mhm.
He's got charisma and savvy.
well, the nuts and bolts is that one of those went to Dodger. We have 2 other healing potions that I don't know where they landed.
I had actually suggested that Ember take one and that Finch take one.
Okay.
Because Zara has one and I'm 4 hours away from having one of my own.
Okay. We have some miscellaneous coin, which I will get tallied up and divvied. We have an art object, which were a bunch of kind of small, like hand carved, little statuary doodads. It was about 175 gold piece worth.
You can sell those for the price that they're worth if you wanted to.
Some coin there. We've got bits and bobs that we took off the various critters. I'm just skimming down through my notes, so bear with me. We got owlbear feathers at 5 gold pieces. Two griffin talons, 10 griffin feathers, 1 beak. I'm thinking we didn't actually lug the armor or kit.
Right. I believe that Dodger and I both grabbed a couple sets of armor and a couple longbows.
Mhm. Also, a technical question for you, Ryan, really quickly. Are we still playing as if Dodger was a part of the party?
Thanks a lot.
I don't know if we're on a delay or not.
Well, I'm assuming the answer to that is yes.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
I think Zara may have wanted to keep one of the griffin talons for
We definitely want to keep depending on whether or not we're saying that Dodger gets one. I think we want to keep both griffin talons and I think they were solid or sturdy griffin feathers that can be fletched. And Yvain wanted the beak. So I think all the griffin parts are spoken for in the party. I don't think we want to sell those.
Okay, just make sure you write them down because eventually I am going to have that fall off of my memory radar.
No worries. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'll put the beak.
All right. What can I do for you guys? Sorry about the internet. Yeah. Is there anything that you need my help for selling?
But it sounded like the art for sure, right?
Yeah, those can be sold at market price. Like whatever price I gave you for them, they can be sold for that much without issue.
Okay, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
I
our
think
objects they sell pretty easy.
and then I think we had at least a few sets of like leather armor that used leather armor that belonged to the hunters, and a few longbows.
All right, give me a minute and I'll get the prices on those. B.
Sorry, I didn't keep active track of this because I think Dodger had it.
Yeah, it all went into my
Okay.
notes while I was taking notes, so we had a backup.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll just say like we'll all right, I'm here, guys.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I definitely have a short sword and a longbow in my backpack that I can get rid of.
All right. Let's get those prices. A short sword, it could be sold for. What else did you have, Zarvolk?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the short sword, but a short sword and a longbow.
Short sword, you can sell that for 5 gold. Longbow, you could sell for 25 gold.
All right, so that's 30 gold ember you can add to the pot.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
I don't have anything else written down in my inventory. It'll depend on the notes that Ember's taken.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. Well, here's what I'm thinking. You guys go off and you sell these little bits and baubles as Ember goes to work on that stuff to make +1 bolts. Let me see. In order to make a bolt, it would take each bolt would take 5 days and 50 gold pieces to create. It also requires someone proficient with wood carvings tools and the Arcana skill.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's a future project.
Right,
But
maybe
you
that's
could
what we do
find
little by little.
you could find people around Zephrah to do that for you if you wanted, Zarbal.
Sure, but we'd have to, we'd have to come back to Zephrah there to pick it up, right?
Yeah. Or you'd have to spend the 5 days here.
Right.
5 days is like a solid work week of downtime, as a reminder.
Yeah, I also don't have that kind of money right now.
Fair enough.
And then, the Griffin, you mentioned something about fashioning a Griffin talon into a scimitar.
Well, you guys weren't able. Oh, that's true.
Just ornamental, I think. I don't think there was any bonus to it, right?
It would be like an ornamental based weapon. Like it wouldn't be magical, unfortunately.
Yep. So can we get a price and a time on what that would run?
Absolutely. Wouldn't be too much. Anyone proficient with smith's tools? Anyone proficient with smith's tools could get this done in like half a day. Cost 15 gold, less than that because you have the actual claw. 7 gold pieces. It would cost 7 gold pieces and half a day worth of work.
Oh, let's do that while I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can sit down if that's what you want to do with your time. You absolutely can.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Griffin's Talon Scimitar then.
Yeah, you sit down, you get this beautiful, massive pointed griffin talon, and you know it's a fine scimitar. You sort of carve the side off so that it becomes like a bladed weapon. Because like end of the scimitar will still have the hook, but sort of the sleek round edge is sort of sharpened off to create a very deadly, very cool looking scimitar.
Nice. All right.
You can add to your inventory like griffin claw scimitar. So
Yeah.
basically just add tar and change the name to like griffin claw scimitar or something.
Yeah, will do. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
No problem.
Nice.
Is there anybody else? Does anybody else keep in mind like some of these things that you found on various creatures, like the beak and the feathers and the whatever, those can be fashioned. If you guys have skills with different tools, you can fashion them into art objects and such and sell them for a greater price.
Okay. Crushing down the various coins and the other material. I put it in the chat. Basically, it boils out to 105 gold pieces each, 9 silver, 7 copper pieces, reducing everything down to the smallest denomination. Meaning, if it was 2,000 copper pieces, that got crunched by a factor of 10 into silver, and then tallied into the silver, crushed into the gold. So it's the most denominational.
Great. Thank you.
And did Ryan confirm?
Thank you.
I know that we said we were making the assumption, but Ryan, are we playing as if Dodger is still a part of the group? Because that will impact what the divisible amount is.
I'm gonna say, here's what I'm gonna say, folks. You guys got here pretty late. Zarvog, you sit down, you start carving your thing, and maybe you finish it tomorrow morning. And you guys want to sleep here in Zephrah, I assume, right? You're not gonna go take off the mountain immediately.
No, sleep here.
No, okay. So you guys all settle into a sleep. And I'll just say in the morning, now that Dodger's arm is healed, Dodger just kind of, without a word, just sort of disappears in the morning. Like, no word. Like, you ask around, be like, oh yeah, I saw that person like walking down the mountain, going to the mountain trail earlier this morning. They just kind of took off.
Right.
And without a word, Dodger just kind of heads out.
So, yeah.
Sort of Irish goodbyes.
Right.
I
Very-
hate that.
Very fitting for Dodger.
This sucks.
Yeah,
Kidding.
I know it sucks, but it's Dodger.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we'll divide I'm sorry, Eric. I had to divide everything by 4.
Now, being true to Dodger had gotten paid before going.
I agree. Okay,
You
that's
know
fair,
what?
for sure.
That's a fair point.
I
Dodger
agree.
takes their coin and takes off.
Peace out, fuckers.
All right, fuck off. And
Exactly.
takes off. I got my arm fixed and I got paid. Fuck off.
Yep.
And just
I
takes
agree.
off.
Okay.
That is a good point there, Ember.
Yep. No,
On brand.
I agree for sure.
That's on brand.
I love it and hate it at the same time.
Damn you,
I
you
hate that they
beautiful
have to
rogue.
leave. That part of it. I hate that.
Yeah. That does suck.
I get it, but okay. We're amassing a little nest egg of coin here.
Not me. I keep spending mine.
Dang.
Do it, man. That's the adventuring life. Spend your fucking
I know.
coin.
I want plate so bad. It's
Well,
so,
yeah.
it's so
The
expensive.
entire idea of saving is completely foreign to Zarvog, so he wants all the stuff and he wants it all now.
Hell yeah.
I want the stuff. I want the power.
I want it now.
Oh, well then, fuck off.
That is exactly what I'm picturing. Like in the night when everyone's sleeping, under his breath, like, fuck off then.
Oh, well, fuck off then.
Smell you later.
Cheerio. Cheerio. Smell you later. You guys, it's see, I kind of like this game, and
Oh, I want to hear what he was going to say.
the downtime you guys take, and like all the traveling you guys don't even know.
We missed part of that. What was that again?
I was just downtime, and you do a lot of traveling, so the days pass pretty fast, and as the days pass, things are happening in Tal'Dorei that you don't know about.
Oh,
Things are happening. Just because you're not there doesn't mean things aren't happening.
So I sent a chat about some things I wanted to do. I don't need to roleplay it if you approve it.
That's okay. No worries. Let me go take a look. Yep, you can do that when you get back to Zephrah. Also, as a note, Zarvog and Yvain, you definitely have time to attune to your items, so you can go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
The other talent, you could fashion a Gryphon talent into a standard dagger, yeah, if you wanted to.
It just as a utility
Let's
knife, not
see.
even something that would be used in combat.
Okay, we'll still call it a dagger though. It's still feasible for combat, but maybe it's not its primary purpose. So for 1 gold and like, I don't know. Well, are you proficient with smith's tools?
No, I was going to ask Zal why he was having his done and go to the same place.
Zarvog, you were proficient with smith's tools, right?
no.
Okay, yeah, you need to be proficient with smith's tools in order to have fashioned your scimitar. So I'll tell you what, mark off 2 extra gold, and you could have hired a smith to have done this for you.
Yeah.
Same thing with you, Yvain. If you want to mark off 3 gold, 2 for hiring the smith, 1 for the actual creation, you can have a
Done.
Griffin Claw dagger.
Done.
Excellent. Okay. Is there any other little chores or errands you guys need to run around Zephrah?
Yvain, do you want to practice Goblin, or are we moving on?
I'm spending 4 hours making a healing potion. If I can spend 4 hours working on Goblin, I would love to.
You could the next day, like the day after. So, like, just for chronology's sake, you guys get to Zephrah around the end of the day. You drop off the eggs, you get your rewards, and then we'll say like 4 hours before your long rest, which is when the scimitar got made, where you got in. So, and you would spend your 4 hours of potion making. The next morning, if you guys wanted to hang around Zephrah for an extra day, yeah, you could do it then.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah. I've got to get Red back into action anyway, so
Right.
take your
All
time.
right.
Also, I just want to check in quickly. Does everyone have a single healing potion now?
I do.
Yes.
I do now.
All right, so do I. So my goal is to continue making them, and everybody should have 3 at all times. If you let me know when you're down 1, because I won't be able to keep track of everyone's. And I'll
Can
try
we
to
put
keep
one
them in
on
your
Fenn's
hand.
neck like a Saint Bernard?
Ooh.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh my god, I love that. We
Yeah,
need,
is it
we
okay?
need art. I need art. I need a visual of some of these things desperately.
Talk to Steph. She's dying to do art for some people.
Right? We do.
All right, so hold on for a second. So here's the thing. Stephanie really wants to be in this group. We're just waiting until what? Shush.
Sorry.
We're just waiting until September because she's in a class, right? No, it's my dogs. Why am I still talking in an accent right now? She's waiting for September.
Yeah.
She has a class.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll have an artist in here.
Yeah. That's what we want.
Not for nothing. I know an amateur band called Waiting on September. So
Ooh.
All
right, I don't have anything else to do in town other than that, and I guess drinking carouse. I guess.
Yeah, you guys can go out for a little drink. You guys have had a great victory as an adventuring party together. The Aurora Concordant has another victory under their notched belt. Huzzah!
Yes.
Huzzah!
Much celebrating.
I need to take some time to strut about town in my new cloak.
I love how Zarvog like loves attention, but also does not love attention.
Right, but yeah, he's not good at reciprocating. He just wants to be seen.
Zarvog
he has moods.
Zarvog is Tinkerbell. Attention or I die.
Yvain like puts her arm around Zart, like grabs his arm and says, "Listen, if you want to be impressive here, less is more. You just existing with that cloak is going to be so much more impressive. It's just a thing. It's just a part of you. You don't even flaunt it because it's just not the thing with flaunting. It's just like, I don't know. It's just like your skin. It's just a part of you. Trust me."
Right. So
I know my people.
So because he's so socially inept, he takes that to mean to begin skulking around. So he begins skulking.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check.
No.
I'm just kidding. Tell you what, make me a charisma. This is gonna be a very unique check. Make me a charisma.
Oh, I got a 22 in stealth.
Okay. What's your charisma modifier?
Negative
your
2.
-2. What's your dex modifier?
+3.
Okay, so take 5 off of that. What did you get?
17.
17. So you're like, so we're doing like a charisma-based stealth check. You're like trying to look like a stealthy ranger, a skulky ranger, while still sort of flaunting it at the same time somehow. And like, you're like going around like from shadow to shadow, blending across things, kind of doing like a nature-y Batman situation. And like, some of the rangers are like, "Good job, man." They're like giving you like the point, and they're like, "Oh, like nice cloak," and your cloak is cooler than most people's cloak here. And there are lots of rangers here who have like various cloaks and like maybe dark browns or whatever, and a couple people with green cloaks. But your cloak is certainly the coolest. And as you like sort of flaunted stealthing abilities, they're like, "Oh wow, yeah, well, that guy's pretty cool." And you draw attention as you attempt to not draw attention.
Perfect.
That wasn't what I meant, but it worked. So I'm going in the tavern now.
You failed successfully. Or you succeeded. I don't know. It worked out.
Unintentional success. Yes.
Yes. Okay, you guys go to the tavern and start swilling some ale. Guys, throw that room up, jeez. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick note take.
Is Kima still about?
Kima? You look around, make me an investigation check, see if Kima's still around.
All right.
Been 48 hours.
16.
16? You're looking around. There's no sign of Kima, unfortunately.
That rascal.
That rascal. Headed home, maybe. Go see the wife. The beautiful wife.
And Keyleth.
Who's that?
Right?
I don't know Keyleth.
Mhm.
Uh,
What is the timeline of this campaign compared to campaign 3 for Critical Role?
I don't.
They're not in. They're not. It's not the same, right? It's. I
No,
know you
no.
felt like where the Mighty Nine kind of aligned.
Our campaign starts the day that the Mighty Nine completed their campaign.
Got it. Okay, I was just curious.
That's when we started. The day campaign soon ended. I
love
believe
that for us.
24 years post Vecna's defeat.
I do love that for us.
Yeah, so those adventurers, they're just they're not really well known. Like they're not around. And hey, maybe you bump into a little halfling Ashari warrior around here somewhere.
Little Orem. Yeah.
With his loving husband.
Oh, rip.
Not yet.
Not in this world, yeah.
Not
Oh,
yet.
God. Can you imagine trying to keep up with the lore of what's happening in campaign 3 along with what we're doing in this campaign if it aligned?
I don't.
No, thank you.
I don't try and keep up.
Fuck that.
I just don't. Yeah, incredible. Okay. Is there? Oh yeah, you guys are going drinking. Yeah, you guys go into the bar and you have a couple of fucking drinks. Let me whip out the. If you guys want to like actually have a little party drinking session, I have a little D&D optional drinking rules.
Yeah, let's do it. Might as
We've
well.
played these before. Carmen and I, we played these before with the Strix campaign.
Yeah.
It was fun.
A little rowdy.
Let's get fucked up.
Okay, you guys walk into the sort of the open concept bar in the middle of town, where you're very shortly going to start hearing some music playing from this wonderful mountain tavern. Let me see if I can get some tavern music going. Whoop. The best tavern music in the world. Prepare yourself.
Amazing.
There we go.
I was waiting for like
we're playing this one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you guys are in there. People are playing some music. You guys are rowdy, cheersing, celebrating your victory. It's going to be 4 copper for a drink, everybody.
All right.
Finch will have exactly 1 drink and that's it.
You'll have exactly 1 drink and that's it.
Yeah, I feel like Finch would be afraid that they would.
All right, then yeah, you put back your drink and you're good.
Yeah, I think Finch would be very afraid that they would like lose their facilities
I'd be afraid
beyond
they'd
that
lose.
and like betray their oath in that case. So I truly feel like that they would like have 1 drink that they
No,
nurse
damn it.
the entire evening and maybe try and fake it and make it look like they've had more than that. But yeah, I think they would be too afraid to like betray their facilities, so they will just have 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, Finch, what's your con modifier?
Oh dearie. Let's see here. +2.
+2. So if you would say that Finch knows their limits,
Mhm.
Finch could have 2 drinks before like the body even has to think about trying to resist like getting drunk.
Okay. All right. Then we'll go
Yep.
with that then.
Cool. Can have 2 drinks before
that's
con
cool.
saves begin.
Okay. Yeah. Not so much a wet blanket then. They really want to blend in, but also they have morals and values.
Also, and the devil drink will not be allowed.
Exactly.
Incredible. Yeah. So if you guys want to drink a little bit, what's everyone's con modifiers? Arvog, what's yours?
+2.
Scott, +2. Good job, Zar. What about you there, Yvain?
+3.
Damn, Druid.
Dang girl.
I told you she can drink.
What about you, Ember?
Seriously.
+3.
Oh, What's going on?
I know,
The
right?
casters have +3s,
Yeah,
and
that's interesting.
the frontline warriors have +2s.
Right.
How?
This is nuts.
I'd like to point out I used to run a tavern.
That's true. That's fair.
She
So
lives
yeah,
in
so
the mountains.
that's true. Yeah, it lives in the Mount Hardy. So yeah, so your con modifier is how many drinks you can have before you need to start making con saves. So let me know when you have a drink. I'll keep a tally.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna get at least 2 in me then. Actually, let's make that.
All right, 4 copper a drink.
Zorvog's getting turned.
Let's make that 3. Servo, roll a con save.
All right. Oh, off to a fantastic start. Natural 1.
Natural 1. That is considered 2 levels of failure for intoxication. So, Zar, you just had 3 drinks. You are at stage 2 drunkenness. So, Zarvo, you bypass tipsy, go right into being drunk. You drink your first 2, and you're like, things are pretty good. And something happened with that third one, and it's just something in your body was like, okay, we're going over here. So your speed is halved due to dizziness. You have disadvantage on saving throws, including these con saves. And because we bypassed tipsy, you have disadvantage on ability checks.
All right.
0. And level 3 is really fun. I will put that out there.
Okay.
So Yvain, you've had 3 drinks?
Yvain's going to have exactly 3 drinks. Do I need to roll a check to witness this?
No, you're right there. You guys are all drinking together.
Oh, that's excellent. She looks right at Zar and says, "You're gonna fall down any second now. I bet I can outshoot you right now."
Ah.
There's got to be. We can go out to where you were with Finn when you the target practice. There's still target up there. That's 2 out of 3.
He kind of like does the drunken hard swallow and gets his words together, and he's like, "Let's bring a crowd."
They're like, woo! Some people in the bar are like, yeah, let's go. Look at this ranger with his green silk. And they'll come along.
Oh dear. All right.
What about you there, Ember? How many drinks in are you?
Just the one.
Just the one, just nursing the one. But yeah, you guys see that Yvain and Zarbolg are sort of like, there's a little crowd of various like people following Zarbolg and Yvain up to the hill to go do some shooting. So Finch and Ember, you can go with if you want.
Sure.
All right, you guys go along. You head up to that little hill to take some shots. Somehow in the crowd, like Montgomery showed up. He's like, "Oh, it's you guys. How's it going? It's good to see you."
Oh, hey, Montgomery.
Oh yeah, just having a little drink too.
Yeah.
Oh, so where we going? You going up to do some shooting?
Yeah. Zarvolv's drunk. It's the only time I'll ever possibly outshoot him. I'm probably still going to lose, but you know.
Oh,
it's worth trying.
can I shoot with you two?
Hey, the more the merrier.
Oh right. I mean, I'm a little hammered right now, but
I think that's the point. I mean, I don't think you should be able to play if you haven't had at least 2 drinks.
well, I have more than that.
Are we seriously doing a drunken nighttime archery in Zephrah?
Please.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Montgomery's about 4 drinks in, and he's considered hammered.
Yes.
What's his persona? Oh no. Oh, I always roll 2, so I'll give him the choice. No, yeah, okay. He's like, there ain't no one here who can shoot better than me. I shoot an eagle's eye from 300 yards away.
Yeah,
And sorry.
nothing.
So you guys go up to the hill. Yeah, and people are gathered around watching, and they sort of set it up, and it's funny because it's like it's really dark out here. But someone like puts a torch in the ground next to the fire, or next to the shot, and you guys can take some shots. You can give it some trying. But the people are like, "Drink more, you're not drunk enough. Come on, drink."
Let's take a let's fire our first round before we have another drink. Let's do a drink per volley.
Yeah, woo, yeah. Ooh, Montgomery goes, what if, okay, here's what I'll think. If it's the three of us shooting, what if the two who don't shoot as good, they've got to take a drink, but the person who shoots really good doesn't have to?
I like it.
I was just going to go 2 out of 3, but all right.
All right, let's do it. So with that, you guys can line up some shots. Who's going first?
I'll go first.
All right, take a shot, my friend. Straight roll.
22.
Okay, 22. This beautiful shot right in the bullseye, and everyone goes, woo! Montgomery says, ladies first.
Oh. All right, so she bounced that starry form because it's not like she has a bow. You guys knew that.
Jesus Christ. Everyone's like, yeah! As you like assume this like archer fucking star god form.
Vulgar abuse of power.
Yeah, disqualify her.
And with a big old shit-eating grin.
I'll allow it.
Fires a guiding bolt.
Jesus Christ. Okay, shoot your guiding bolt or roll an attack roll.
All right, that is a 16 on the dice, plus 6, 22.
22. You point your hand at it, and it's a direct hit, and you fucking explode the entire the target ring, because it's a fucking guiding bolt. You just like burn a radiant hole straight through the middle of it, and everyone's like, I mean, it is a perfect circle. What did you roll, Zarbog? A 23?
22. We both got 22.
Oh, we both got 22. So you guys both do these two really good direct hits, and everyone's like, "Woo!" They're like, "Oh, let's go!" And they're like, "I don't know how you won't know my name." And he's like, "Aurora, you ready for this?" And he's a little drunk, so you see like he's having a trouble getting the arrow like knocked. He's like, "Oh, fucking Aurora, there we go. Aurora, watch this." Oh fuck, he rolled pretty good for disadvantage. Not as good as you guys though. He rolls a 21.
Oh.
He shoots it, and everyone's like, oh, it's just as good as everyone else. And then somebody sort of runs up, and they start like really like down to like the thumb, like a pinky nail, are able to sort of measure that Montgomery's was off by like a hair. And he was like, oh, he's, and they're like, Zarvog shot cleaner. And everyone's like, woo! And it's like, well, those two shot well. Like, Montgomery has to drink. Those two are good, but Montgomery has to drink. And everyone's like, woo! Montgomery's like, all right, I'll fucking have a drink, then. I'll have a drink. Montgomery fails his con save, and Montgomery is like blackout drunk at this point. And goes, all right, okay. All right, you ready to see what a real fucking archer can do? Or we'll go show you.
Monty, sweetheart, do you want to sit down? Like, is he even standing up right now?
He's standing, but he's like wobbly as hell.
Oh,
he looks like he's on the deck of a ship.
No.
He goes, no.
Not draw bow at this moment. That's a bad idea.
No, it's gonna go just fine. You watch. You get ready. You don't know it's coming.
Oh, that's
about to bring the fire.
Oh God.
About to bring the fire in.
Zarvog's absorbing the crowd, and he bellows out, "Round 2!"
Yeah, round 2. Let's go. Hey, get away from me. I'm not too drunk. All right. So Zephrah, why don't you kick us off?
Uh-oh.
It's not good.
No, that's going to be a 9 or an 11 at disadvantage.
I don't believe you're not at disadvantage.
Oh, yeah, because I had a level of drunkenness, right?
You have disadvantage on saving throws and
Oh.
ability checks, not attack rolls.
All right, still only 12, but since Yvain used, well, I'll wait and see what her result is as I'm allowed.
So you go and you shoot it, and it hits like the middle ring, and everyone's like, "Ooh, oh, yes, pretty good, yeah." Yvain.
So Yvain's full on snickering because she knows she's being a shithead. Yeah, she's gonna take another shot. Looks
Go
like
for
she can use a bow.
I mean, you're kind of using a bow, but not really.
Sort of, yeah. It's a 12.
A 12. What did you get again, Zarvog?
It's the same time at the exact same roll.
Well,
Really?
yeah. Again, yeah.
So you fire and you hit like the outside ring, and there's like a little hole burned through the side of the archery ring, and everyone's like, "Ooh, yeah." Montgomery goes, "All right, everyone get out of my way. All right, watch this. This is how real fucking archer does it." My boy shoots it, and it goes flying over the archery ring, and you hear a little like yelp somewhere hundreds of feet off in the distance behind the archery rings. He goes, "Oh shit! Sorry, that's my bad. What are you two scheming against me? Is that it? Are you guys up against me? You guys are shooting equally as good against me."
Give him another drink and he'll
No.
qualify.
Oh boy, I another drink. I know you're trying to trick me.
I
Oh,
love
no.
you, Monty.
Oh my god. He takes it. Oh fuck, this isn't good. He drinks and he just sort of like blinks a couple times, and his face goes yellow, and he falls to the ground.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
And it was like,
Down to
oh.
All right. Tiebreaker.
Why am I so terrifying sexually? Oh my god, it's like they're terrified of me. Jesus, yes. Absolutely. Third round.
All right. Tiebreaker. Here we go.
This is so
Can I ask why while you guys are rolling, is it like apparent, like, is Monty okay? Like,
Make it a medicine check.
Oh shit. I didn't even think he might not be okay.
yeah, a 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
So basically how these rules work is that if you roll a natural 1, you would take 2. It's considered 2 intoxication failures. So he went from blackout straight past comatose, where you fall unconscious for a couple hours, into dying. So he basically has so much blood alcohol inside of him that he's currently on death saving throws.
Okay, and that is obvious to people observing?
No, it's not, but it's obvious to you because you were the only one who actually were like, "Are you okay?"
Okay, can I like?
But he's
while
laying
this
there and
is-
he's like foaming at the mouth a little bit, and his like eyes are rolled back, and his skin's all yellow. He has like lethal amounts of alcohol inside him right now.
So while this is going on, I think Finch is gonna go over to them and like, pull him, I guess, like, I don't know where like he would collapse, but like kind of pull him like off to the side. And I'm gonna like touch my holy symbol, like my amulet, and I'm gonna put my hands on Monty's chest and I'm gonna say, "Not yet," and I'm gonna cast healing hands on him.
You mean lay on hands, where
No,
you
I
do?
have healing hands. So it's like a
Oh,
small,
okay.
like enough to shock him back, like awake.
So you do healing hands. Unfortunately, nothing happens as
Okay.
he isn't missing hit points. He's considered like poisoned, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Oh, he's considered poison. Yeah. So then, if I did that, and then I recognized that he was not coming back, I would kind of like not shock him again, but I would like, yeah, I would hit him again. Yeah, I would do lay on hands then.
Okay, so if you mark off 5 points of lay on hands, it allows you to isolate poison or
Okay.
disease.
Yep.
So if you do that and you mark up the 5 points, you can remove all alcohol from the bloodstream and
Okay.
save Monty's life.
Sounds good. trying to be conservative at first, but we've got to use a little bit more powerful magic. So yeah, I will do that then.
All right, you save Monty's gonna remain unconscious, but you save Monty's life, and Monty's just like it goes from like being like yellow faced and foaming to just like just very asleep.
Okay, and I'll like make sure that he's like kind of taken off to the side there, like in a safe place, so he's like out of the out of the way, and he's just resting.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Good job, Finch. You saved a life.
Finch is in DD at our drunken shooting party.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
and that's why Finch is.
Oh,
that's
thank
why-
you.
Yeah, that's why Finch is daddy. Okay, keep going.
Finch is daddy.
You.
Thank you, daddy. All right, Zarvolg and Yvain, it's down to you two.
Yep, I rolled a 22, but since Yvain already used her starry form, and since we're standing in
Oh, it
front
didn't go away.
of an impressive crowd that would be pumping him up, and he's semi-drunk, I'm gonna go ahead and also save face to make that a 27.
Oh shit! That makes sense, man. You fire this arrow, and you're like, I gotta look good, and you just like do an overdraw, and you fire, and the arrow goes about like 3/4 of the shaft deep, right into the perfect bullseye. And everyone just is like people let out this like mad howl of like just impressed, because this is some hella good archery right here.
All right, Yvain, you're up.
Just to confirm it's a +6 again. It was actually a good roll. It wasn't that good, but it was good. Yeah,
you
it's a +6 on a 15, so that's a 21.
21. You fire a
It
fine
ain't
shot.
that good, but like it's respectable. It's not. I'm not embarrassed, but yeah.
No, it's an incredible shot.
Oh, you.
Yeah, you fire an incredible shot. It's not quite a bullseye, and it certainly isn't done with as much force as Zarvolg. And people are like, "Oh, you got a drink? Yeah, get your bait a drink." And people are like handing you a drink.
Oh yeah. She knocks it back and like shakes Zar's hand and is like, "You got me. Drunk as
Make a
hell."
con save. Make a con save, Yvain. You done totally did.
Oh right. So that is a 1.
You pound that back, Yvain. You're like, "Yeah, I'm from the mountains, baby." After having 3 drinks, and this 4th drink hits you like a train. Similar to Zarvolg, you are drunk. Your speed is halved. Disadvantage on saving throws. Disadvantage on ability checks.
All right, shall we stumble back to the bar?
No,
I definitely
should-
shouldn't
we
blow
should
anything
find
else
you
up. No
all-
more magic.
We should find you all a tattoo artist. You deserve something to remember this night for all time.
Please. For
Be
love
the
of
toxic
God.
friend you can't be in real life.
I support this chaos.
I supported it.
Can anyone here?
Okay, but we all have to do it.
Oh,
We all have to do it.
get a tattoo?
Because we're all the concordant. Hell. See, the only ones who don't have to do it are Happy and Fen, because that would be weird. But the rest of us, yeah, all 4 of us right now. Let's get a
And Monty.
tattoo.
And those-
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Are we going to get tattoos now?
Oh, I want to get my tusk etched.
This has turned into a chaotic evening.
Yeah, you guys. Someone's like, "Oh yeah, they're turned over here." Yeah. And this one guy's like, "Yeah, I know a guy. I know this guy. They do like these really cool tribal tattoos, man. Like right this way." And they'll take you to like the Zephrah, like one of the not many, but one of the few Zephrah tattoo artists that do like the extensive tribal tattoos here, and you kind of like stumble over there. And the guy looks at you, this like big sort of, he's this bulky human looking guy, and he looks at you guys and he's like, "You want a tattoo like right now? It's the middle of the night."
Oh shit, we forgot. Damn it. Oh, we should come back in the morning.
Tattoos.
We're so
I
sorry.
mean, I guess I could if you want, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I usually get in trouble when I do it.
That's
No,
okay.
You sleep. We'll come back in the morning.
I'll pat Monty down.
Okay.
He's buying.
Oh yeah. Damn, dude. I like it. I like this toxic energy so much. He's got like, oh, didn't you guys take all of his shit? He doesn't have anything.
That's right. We should give him some money.
Yeah, you guys took all of his shit and then gave him back his short sword and bow eventually, but you never gave him any coin.
That's true.
I mean, he can
We already
have some armor back. Like he can have armor and a weapon, and he's
Yeah, I think you
he's
gave him
armored
like a
as class
basic.
now.
Yeah, I think you guys gave him like a basic toolkit, but he doesn't have. He's got climbing gear. He's got a shirt. He's got pants and boots, and he's got armor, short sword, bow, quiver, and arrows. That's his life. That's what he's got. That's all of his possessions in the world.
He's also healed, and he wouldn't have had that without us.
Right.
That is. Oh,
We actually didn't make a whole lot of money for this job, did we?
No, you just
no,
you made a bunch of magic items and got your wounds healed that were
we got
incurable.
and recognition.
No, it's totally worth it, but now I don't have to feel bad for not giving him any money. All right, no, we're good.
No, he's supposed to be working off his debt to the Shari anyway, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, if we're going to do this, you know something I can get it. Let's get tattoos.
The guy's like, all right, yeah, who's first? All right, what am I doing?
I seriously want to know, can he etch my tusk?
He goes, yeah, I can etch your tusks. Sure, man. What do you want?
What are we doing?
Do we want to do the... hold on. Do we want to do the thing that we're having Stephanie design, the logo? With the
Yeah,
tree?
we're gonna-
Sure, why
I'm
not?
gonna explain it to him.
Yeah, that.
Goes, so you guys kind of like paint him a little picture. You guys spend like, well, I'll tell you, who wants to try and either try and describe or draw the symbol that you guys want?
Someone
What's
with
up?
dexterity.
I was gonna say let's have one of the charisma folks.
I'll give it a
describe-
go.
Okay.
I've had less to drink than most of the folks here. Except
All
for
right.
the Finch.
Exactly. So Ember, go ahead and let's call it dude. If you want to try to him, make a performance check. I'll give you advantage because this guy's pretty skilled and he's trying to figure it out for himself.
Okay. That'll give me a 18 with advantage.
An 18, he ends up making a sketch that looks pretty much. You guys like work on it a little bit. It takes like 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour, but you get what you want on a piece of paper. And he goes, "All right, this is what you want," and it is. It's exactly what you described and wanted to imagine in your head, if a little better, maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, on the tusks.
Just the one, yeah, left one.
All right, he like grabs your jaw and pulls you forward and starts like taking a little like knife and starts like chiseling away at your tooth. It's a very uncomfortable sensation at first, but because you're a little drunk, yeah, it's not so bad after a little bit. But you sit there and he just chisels away at your tusk, and he takes like some ink paints and he just kind of like fills it in a little bit. He goes,
Yeah.
okay, well, this isn't skin, so it's not gonna like the coloration isn't gonna stay forever, but the etchings will.
Good, perfect.
All right. Okay, there you go. There's your permanent etching, and he like gives you a little mirror to show you. And after about I don't know how intricate it is, but after about we'll say like 20 minutes, he has etched this symbol onto your tusk.
Yes. All right, next.
You can add that to your like appearance section, I guess, Sarvog.
Yeah.
He goes, all right, who's next? Am I doing more teeth or?
Am I doing more teeth?
No, Finch goes next.
Finch is going to respectfully decline having a tattoo, very politely, but I feel like that they would not be desecrating their body, in their mind at this point in time.
Oh, don't be so
Ew.
stingy. Come on, get a tattoo. Are you gonna tell me that the voice of the Tempest has tainted her body?
I didn't say that. I said their preference. Okay, I didn't say people who have tattoos have tainted vessels. Finch does not feel like at this juncture that that is appropriate.
Goes, fun. Whatever. Who's next then? Who's next?
Evane pops up and wants it on the back of her calf.
Oh, you sure? That one's gonna sting like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, here we go. Make a con save, Yvain, because that shit hurts. I'll give you advantage because you're drunk.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure Yvain's gonna be feeling much of anything right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a save. I think my save is a +3 when we've already established that. Yes, it's a +3, so that is a 16.
It stings. As this guy is basically doing like the needle and hammer. It stings. It's not a pleasant sensation. But you're able to sort of grit your teeth through it, and after about 20 minutes, you have the tattoo on the back of your calf.
That's so cool.
Cool.
Like Azar kind of like nod at him.
Yeah. Fist bump.
Oh, it goes, all right. Who's next?
Do you do work in wire?
I do work in wire?
Yeah, as a brand.
What does that mean, Ember? Like as me as the DM, I don't know what that means.
Instead of a tattoo, it'll be a brand.
He wants to be like branded.
Oh, I thought you said wire. I thought you said wired. I was like, what the?
Well, that same design in
The shape in
wire
wire.
is how you would heat it to make the brand.
Oh, I get you. He goes, yeah, I could do something like that if that's what you're into.
Yes.
I mean, it's gonna fucking hurt, dude. Are you sure?
Fire and I are old friends.
All right, you said it. I'll get to work. Guy comes back after about 20 minutes with like, maybe more than that actually. It'll probably take a little bit of time. After about like, we'll say like 40 minutes, he comes back with like, with like a wire, like a makeshift wire brand, that has been like intricately folded into the design you wish and is red hot. And he goes, and it's just sort of steaming in his hand. He goes, all right, where is it? Where's it going?
Open up upper left chest.
Goes, all right, you sure, buddy?
Yes, sir.
He puts it in there. Make a con save. I'll give you advantage because you're fire resistant.
16.
16? That shit hurt like a motherfucker. You squint your eyes in pain. This is some of the worst shit you've ever felt. That's not true, but it feels pretty bad. And you are going to take 8 reduced to 4 points of fire damage as he just holds it there and it burns. But as he releases it, sort of blackened into your chest is the symbol you wish. He did have to hold it there a little extra longer because your skin is fire resistant. He kind of had to push a little extra harder, but you got what you wanted, sir.
Awesome.
Yeah, you guys can all add those to your appearance descriptions. He's gonna go, okay, that'll be like, why don't we just call it like a group thing and we'll say like, why don't we just call it 10 gold for the group? How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, cough it up. Or was there anybody else who needed it?
Oh, well, not that. Can you just do something subtle, like across my friend's back here, pointing, just above the belt line, world's greatest hunter.
He looks over at the unconscious Montgomery and he goes, "Why? Okay, look.
But make it tasteful, of course.
The guy's unconscious. I don't think I like.
Oh, all right.
I'll double the rate.
Oh my god.
Make a persuasion check, Ember.
We have to keep Monty in the group. We just have to.
16.
Yes.
16? He goes, oh, I know I shouldn't do this. This is,
But like, make it look good. Make it be artistic.
Wait,
Make it be
wait.
something that can be proud to have.
Wait a second. Is this one of those, is this the guy who Korn let into Zephrah, who was one of those poachers that we heard about?
Yep.
That'll be him.
Double the rate, I'll do it.
Yeah, sure. I put right.
Amazing.
He flips him over and he goes to work, and he starts and he starts doing the tattoo, and across his lower back, it says in like, it says world's greatest hunter, and it's got like a little gryphon insignia on top of it, and it's got these little Ashari like tribal designs around the back of the stand.
Oh my god. This is my favorite thing.
And he'll happily accept his gold with a big shit-eating grin on his face and says, "Don't tell him you got it here."
Of course not.
It'll be a good morning when he wakes up.
Your
Well,
vein is purple, like
noon.
full-on purple.
He'll never know, except for the searing, horrible pain of the needle point in his back. Anyway, it's been a lovely 2 hours doing tattoos with you here, but I'm gonna go back to bed.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you have a good night now. Clean those, by the way, in the mornings.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, good night. And he'll go to bed. Montgomery's the fuck out. He probably didn't even feel a thing, even while unconscious. All right, you guys want to keep going, or are you headed to bed?
Heading to bed.
I've had enough fun for one night.
Definitely today.
Okay.
I love this
All
Tails
right.
energy.
I do too. You guys all stumble back to the longhouse. You find yourselves a little nook, a little corner to get yourself some sleep, and you're all gonna get a wonderful long rest. Wake up the next morning. All of you guys feeling just fine. Like drunk isn't that bad. You're all feeling just fine. Maybe a little sore, maybe a little dehydrated, but you're good. Montgomery, on the other hand, he wakes up and he goes, "What the fuck happened last night? I feel terrible.
You drank a lot.
God, I remember we were shooting, and then I kind of blacked out, and then God, my back hurts so fucking much. He's supposed to itch it. He's like, ow, what the fuck? Did I fall into something? Oh well, whatever.
Little sore around the hind end.
Yeah, my butt's sore. Did I? What happened? Why is my
You should
not
just
my butt,
rest.
but just above my butt?
You should
Yeah, you're probably
definitely
right.
rest.
I'm gonna just go rest.
You've
Oh
been through a
god, my
lot.
head.
It's been a lot.
Okay,
The past couple of days.
I feel like I met the Raven Queen and came back.
You did.
What?
Yeah, you should go rest.
Yeah. Rest is good.
Take some time.
Okay, I'm gonna go rest. You guys are good friends. Thanks.
Oh.
And he goes back to bed.
Are we ready to head out of town?
Yeah.
Yvain wanted to pick
I
something.
think it's time.
quick.
Yeah, Javain had a good idea. I think I'll pick up one as well. Just So we've got a couple of
Healer's kits.
yeah.
Yeah, you want to pick up some healer's kits?
Yeah, I have a decent medicine. I'll probably grab one too.
Let me take a look. So healer's kits are wonderful because you don't even need to be good at medicine to use a healer's kit. A healer's kit is a leather pouch containing bandages, salves, and splints, excuse me. The kit has 10 uses. As an action, you can expend a use of the kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 hit points without needing to make a medicine check.
Oh yeah, let me get one of those.
So if you guys want to pick them up, they're 5 gold pieces a pop.
I'll take one.
Yeah, I'll do one too.
Yep.
All right, 5 gold to you.
Cool.
5 gold to whoever wants one.
These will be great for Fen.
Well, Fen unfortunately doesn't have thumbs. I don't know if Fen can use a healer's kit.
No, I mean to use on Fen.
Oh, to use on Fen. Okay, I gotcha. I thought you meant like Fen going around
Right.
performing like doggy triage.
Right.
What can't Fen do?
We should get him thumbs. Where's an artificer?
Oh,
We should get him.
amazing.
You could try and like pull an airbud and try and teach him how to become like a surgeon. I don't know.
Yeah, prosthetic limb from an artificer. You graft him
Yeah.
just behind his front shoulder.
So it'd be like Fen Machina,
Right.
Yeah.
Ex Machina Fen. Okay, incredible. Okay, if you guys are ready and you want to set down the mountain, you think you're done with Zephrah and all of its glories, you can descend the mountain.
Yeah. We got horses to check on anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Uh-huh.
I guess sometime down the road we can talk some. Walk and talk.
We're gonna have to
Sure.
figure out some logistics too if Dodger's no longer with the party.
Oh, so many donkeys.
So many.
Unless he took them.
Mm.
We'll see when
the
we get down there.
The donkeys were to take care, like they were to hold
With the
our
feed.
rations and
Yeah.
the feed. No, the donkeys are ours. He was just riding them because he was cheap.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Come on now.
All right. Well,
Doesn't mean that he's still not riding them.
Hush. Then we'd have to go buy more donkeys.
Yeah, we'll figure it out when we get there.
All right. So, again, I'm going to fast travel you down the mountain a little bit. You guys, it's about a 2-day journey down the mountain. You guys begin to make your way through the windy scape, through the winding paths, which you will notice are here and there a little more repaired than before. It's not quite as treacherous a path as it was, and you have climbing gear, so it makes it easier. So you don't need to worry about like trips and falls and damages and such. You make your way down the mountain. The first day and the first night, they go by without a hitch. I need to keep track of that on my calendar because you guys move. You wanted to hang around Zephrah for a little bit, so that's fine. You're still gonna get there. Travel down the mountain. Oops. Travel down the mountain. And then on the 10th here. Day 1. As you guys are traveling down the mountain, you guys are getting pretty close to the bottom, to the point where you guys are at this this one switchback, and you can look down the mountain. You can just barely, especially use Arvolg with your new goggles. If you use the goggles, you can perfectly see the stables from this vantage. But the rest of you can look down, and you can see a little tiny, sort of square-shaped structure down near toward the road, and you're getting close. You also notice that there are some goats. There are some goats in the mountain. You guys cross the paths with a couple of goats that just seem to be sort of grazing on some mountain vegetation. Do you wish to do anything with the goats or interact with them in any way?
I'm making notes if it's a particular kind of goat so that I can use it later.
I think it's. I don't know. Are there different types of goats?
Excellent. Just a goat.
It's just a goat. Yep. She's a goat. Zero CR.
Do they have any goat things to say?
Goat things to say?
Yeah. If I
Oh yeah, one goes because that's what goats do, right?
if I mind meld with them.
Oh, you try and start like interacting with them. They kind of like look at you with their fucked up eyes, and one goes,
With their fucked up eyes.
yeah, they look at you with their
Big
fucked
eyes.
up like devil goat eyes.
I know,
The other
yeah.
goat goes, one goes, hi. Well, it doesn't go hi, but it looks at you with like a look of intention of like hello, and like what's going on? Please don't eat me. And the other one looks at you with like pure soulless malice because it's a goat.
Oh.
Sure. All right. I bid them good day and move on.
The one goat,
I tip my hat
like,
to them.
you tip your hat. Finch, as you look at the second goat, the one with pure malice, you feel something in your paladin heart churn, and you know that goat is evil.
Let's usher along now. Let's keep going.
You don't know what you have faced, Finch, but this day perhaps your greatest enemy, and you quaked in fear as you walk away. And you leave behind the two goats and continue down the mountain. And as you do so, nothing will befall you. You'll make your way there, and you are going to make your way successfully back to the stables from whence you came. You find yourselves all breathing a little easier. The mountains, there's a little thin up there, and you guys are well adapted, and you're all very physically capable. So it wasn't too much of a hassle. But now that you're down, you just feel a little. It feels a little. Just the edge is off. It's a little easier to breathe. And you guys can pick up your horses if you want. I believe you all have horses, and there's the three goats. I'm gonna roll something here. I'm gonna make a dodger roll.
Oh, goody.
Okay. You notice that there are two goats remaining.
2 donkeys.
Donkeys, excuse me. There's two donkeys remaining. One donkey seems to have been taken by Dodger.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but so
We may still have to replace the donkey, but that's fair.
just for the sake of bookkeeping, because I didn't keep track of it, and Dodger's a bit of a dodgy fuck. Dodger took all the feed with them.
I was gonna ask you that. Fuck.
Dodger's a little dodgy, and we don't remember exactly how much you had, so I'm just gonna say Dodger for whatever reason, like either took it or sold it, but it's not there anymore.
All right. Can we buy
What a
feed
twat.
from the stable guy?
You absolutely can. But the first thing, so the guy goes, "You want to buy feed? I could sell you feed. It's no problem at all. My only question to you, folk, is how much do you need? Like, I see you got how many horses you got here? You got 4 horses.
Yes.
Yes.
You got 4 horses. All right. So you need to feed them and your 2 donkeys. So where you headed? Like, how many days do you think you need for?
Let's assume Western.
Western, huh? Well, let me look here. Let me use my brain here to tell you how much I think you should have. If you're following the Silver Cut Roadway, I would say, hold. Oh, that's about depending on how busy your travels are, that's a little bit more than a 10-day journey. So I would suggest 11 days worth of feed for your beasties, personally, is what I do. And you've got, how many? You got 6? So I would say, why not make it like 70? And you get like 70 bags of feed just to be safe.
All right. Will we be needing another donkey for that?
It's a great question. You're smart. I can tell you're the smart one here. So he's recommending 70 bags of feed.
I feel like the
bags
answer
of
has to be
feed.
yes. Just like logistically.
Right.
That's going to be 700 pounds. And
700 pounds.
And we'll
your
probably need to get
donkeys.
saddlebags for this donkey as well? Because I'm sure he took the one with saddlebags.
I'm just gonna say that he left the saddlebags. He took the feed or did something with the feed, but he left the saddlebags just for the sake of simplicity for all of you.
You know, that was nice of him.
What? And this is a mule. And I believe carrying capacity is calculated. It's like 30 times for a large creature, 30 times. Oh shit! Come on, brain. Yeah, let me check. 70.
I'll work up an Excel sheet between sessions, Ryan.
It's a 14. Okay, thank you. So they can carry 420 pounds each. So your 2 donkeys should be able to carry that much.
Fair enough.
As I believe mules are. Oh no, they're medium beasts. Hang on, sorry. Hold the phone.
And make sure when you're calculating feed costs that you also calculate the feed for the donkeys or mules.
Yep, absolutely, that was included.
Okay.
Times 2, because you have 2 donkeys, it's 420 times. Let me see. This is so complicated. You're probably gonna need 2 more, which means you're gonna need 2. Damn, you're gonna need like a fleet of them. Okay, he says, okay. Here's what I'm thinking, all right? You guys need a lot of feet, right? And mules are great, but they're not as strong as actual horses. So here's my suggestion. What if you guys just paid a little extra money and you swap out your mules for draft horses? I mean, they're way more expensive, but they can carry way... Oh, shit. Oh, hang on. Hold the phone. No, never mind. Your donkeys can carry them. I don't know how that math works out, but if the book says it, then I'll believe it. He says, nope, your 2 donkeys can carry this much. 700 pounds.
Actually,
Each
hold
donkey
on.
can... Yep.
If I may,
Yeah.
are the draft horses faster than the donkeys?
Nope.
Are riding...
They can just carry about 100... Draft horses can carry about 120 pounds more, but your mules can carry 420 pounds. It's 700 pounds. Your 2 donkeys should be able to do the job.
Well, then all right then.
So, all right, if that's the case, then why don't you all just hand over, let me see here, for 70 rations. Why don't you all just hand over 3 gold, 5 silver, and that'll cover you for 70 feed for your 2 donkeys.
All right. I've got it.
Each... Oh, okay.
All right. So if someone could keep track now of your donkeys, somebody add in their extra tab 2 donkeys, and if you want to like throw saddlebags in there somewhere, just keep track that you guys have 70 bags of feed, and every time you guys have a long rest on your way to Westrun, you're going to spend 6 of those because you have 6 beasts with you. Sound good?
Yes. Which one of us is going to do that?
Oh, it sounded like Ember. I don't know though. I mean, I can do that part of it.
He said something about a spreadsheet for calculating feed, but I don't know if that was actually
feed carry capacity. Donkey used the same stat line as mule.
Yeah. They do. And they're medium beasts, so I don't know how they're able to carry this much, but again, like the mounts section of equipment says that a donkey can carry 420 pounds. So I'm not going to argue.
On the stat line for mule, they have a special thing called beast of burden. Mule is considered to be a large animal for purpose of determining carry capacity.
Well, we'd love to hear it. So, yeah, you can. They use the mule stat block. Yep, with 2 donkeys, they use the mule stat block. You guys have 70 rations. You're going to spend 6 of them every long rest.
Okie doke.
All right, cool. That went a lot quicker than I thought at the logistics of feed. It was always so difficult. But it's okay. We made it through. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Zorbo.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna take a minute to connect with my mount now that I can do that.
All right, you walk up to your. I believe you said it was like a dark horse, right? It was like black.
Yeah, big black roan.
Big black roan. Yeah, you walk up to your roan, which you know the name of, I'm sure.
Rune.
And right, and you sort of go up and pet it and look into its eye and gesture to it, and you feel that primeval connection confer, and you're able to understand it and you just a little bit better.
Great.
And it seems to warm to you, perhaps. Make an animal handling check. I'll give you advantage because you can communicate with it like that.
$21.
21. Yeah, you just sort of like the horse sort of like gets you now. It got you before, but it truly understands you in a way that it's never really been able to understand a two-legged individual before, and you make that sort of solid, sort of almost a connection, sort of like what Aragorn's got going on with his horse.
All right.
Okay, I'll tell you guys what. I think it's the perfect time to take a little break. What do you think?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Absolutely.
Ryan, did you say what the total cost was? Or are we trying to figure that out still?
Oh, my apologies. Let me get you that.
For the feed?
For all the things. Right, because we got it.
Oh, that was it. Just, yeah. Zarval covered the feed cost, and that was all you needed to pay.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure we were good.
Yep. No,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
good. I got it.
Cool.
Cool. All right, we'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, all right?
Yep.
Sweet. See you in a minute.
Guys, how long has it been since we've been completely healed and without lingering injury? Has
Right?
it been since the second
Can you
session?
not?
Since our 10th
You
session?
cannot. Don't put that in the universe. Don't put that out there.
I'm gratitude. I'm putting out with enormous humility and gratitude and
Grace.
knocking on all the wood.
And grace.
And just such humility for the power of the lingering injury.
Honestly, never, because we didn't
Never?
in session 1. Didn't Feroxy get a lingering injury? Like we started
I did.
that way.
I
Oh,
did.
Zorval did. That's right. The first session.
Yep.
Mother trucker.
So
That's
never.
right.
Yeah. So
We
literally
have-
never.
And then after that, Feroxy always did. And after we lost Feroxy, Dodger did.
Yeah, Dodger had. Yeah. And we've all had at least one. So never. You mean?
So I'm really, really glad. It is poetic, however, that on our first session, and only on our first session, were we injury free, and we're on our 10th session,
Hell yeah.
and we're injury free, and we're starting a brand new quest line. So
Yeah.
hooray for us.
Heck yeah.
It's a nice bookend. Zephrah was so cool. Oh my god. Oh my god.
We're headed to Terra via rest run. Is that what we're doing?
Well, we don't know. We haven't talked about it. Elaine, that was said to her on the side, and she hasn't said anything yet.
Oh, okay.
She got drunk and shot shit up because she didn't want to think about it. Hopefully someone will put that together, that she's a little reckless at times.
Zarflug's horse was a riding horse, if I recall correctly. I know mine was a draft animal. I don't remember which Finch's and Yvain's was.
Yvain had she accoutred herself the exact same way as Zarvalk. So she has the riding horse with the military saddle. And I think that our horses are capable of going 20 feet faster than draft horses, but we got to go with the mules anyway. I don't know that we have mules.
Yeah, I'm
We're-
getting
we're
all of that,
deliberating.
all of that gathered into a sheet.
Thank you, sir. Y'all, I'm so glad that Monty is in Zephrah. I feel somehow like we've added to the culture of Zephrah now, and that just makes me really happy.
You and you folks are. Just so you know,
What was that?
I'm ready. Just so you know.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. I'm here.
Cool, cool, cool.
Until 10. Oh.
There we go. Gotta put the Zoom features to work.
Well, Wi-Fi's working better tonight, and I mean it's still
I was gonna
kind of
say
spotty,
you've
but
done pretty good.
yeah, it's been a little. Well, I don't even have Tailspire going at all. I guess that's what's killing it.
Mm.
Oh yeah, Tailspire doesn't seem like it would demand a lot.
Yeah, you wouldn't think like a lot of bandwidth though, right? Because that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like I guess you still have to load for everything from offline, so maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know.
Does it
Whatever.
not?
I'm glad to have had you last night, and I'm glad you're here now. And if we're having to avoid technical difficulties, whatevs.
We still got a
Well-
lot done last night.
Oh my God, we got so
Sunday.
much done last night.
Hell yeah. Now it's
Hell
just
yeah.
a race to level 4. Let's go, baby.
I mean, it's coming up. You guys are, because
Ryan,
I don't know.
if we make level 4 in that campaign before we make level 4 in this campaign,
I will lose it.
Well, the thing is you guys are like you guys want to do Tyranny of Dragons and you want to do it to 20, right? That's the
Yeah.
whole thing. So it's meant for level 15. So you guys are like I'm leveling you up quicker than the actual module wants me to, because it wants you guys to end at 15, but I'm going to end you guys at 20. So the difficulty is going to have to go up, and I'm going to have to make adjustments and whatnot. But yeah, you're going to fire through levels a lot quicker than this game.
oh well, all right,
I
cool.
feel like I was gonna say, I feel like the Sunday campaign, we leveled up a session. There was like every session we got well, then again, we did get our ass kicked like
Oh
royally.
my God, so much. I thought, I wanted, listen.
Big fights, big rewards.
Okay, but last
Mooncross
night,
was like, okay, I'm gonna take you right now, I wanted to vomit. I'm
I
like,
thought
oh my God, she's gonna bring in
uh-huh.
I was staying back because I'm like, all right, I'm gonna let her get taken. I'm gonna let her get taken so that I can free them both. But if I expose myself now,
I thought
bit.
we were gonna have a TPK moment last night where I was like, we are gonna get called out in this village, and we are gonna have descended upon us a massive group that we can't fend off. And I was like, we've done really well so far with like large groups where we probably shouldn't have survived, but we also had like no, Griff is still in that campaign. So we still had, we had a good amount of people, but still like, I was
nervous.
Yeah, you guys were in danger. Well, here's the thing with the camp was that first night, people were just kind of flooding in, right? So they were pretty lax with security and it was very disorganized and whatever. So for that one, as long as you didn't run into anybody you knew, like the more bold you were, the more chance of success you had walking around camp, honestly. So that worked out. But if you guys had waited till the next day, they would have like locked down security and been like, okay, everyone who's supposed to be in the camp is in the camp. Let's lock things down. Someone wants to go through, they're gonna need to know the passwords. If you guys killed the rear guard, that would have raised suspicions because they've been like, okay, why aren't they reporting in? That's
true.
Weird.
I had to laugh when you were describing like when Shroud used the disguise kit, because like have you seen Jim Carrey's The Grinch and he goes into Whoville and he has that plastic Who mask and he has like the hood up? That's exactly what I was picturing Shroud looking like. I know that it wasn't. I know that we agreed that the disguise was really immaculate, but like in my mind I was picturing like this 6'8" like robot person with looked like the Grinch with the fucking plastic mask on.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, we lived. I'm so happy we lived.
I thought I was like, I might attach to this character, maybe. But
well, there was the charisma check. It was only a DC 5, but if you failed it, like there was a good chance like some shit would have gone out. Like Terrence, because he fought Scion Wrath, was going to take a standard -4 to his roll. And if he failed, he would have ran into Scion Wrath and been like, "Hey, bitch."
How many characters of what was it, Tyler, that can we kill?
No. Shh. No.
I've only killed one. I've only killed one.
We're not. And that's, I love that number. One.
Yep.
Only kill
One
one.
is the greatest number. I love
I'm
one.
actually surprised though with that campaign, like, because I know Critical Role has done this before, where if like the risk is really high, like straight up, the DM has said like you need to prepare a backup. Like, oh no, they did it with Crown of Candy because of how high risk that
Yeah,
campaign
yeah.
was. That they
Well,
said
yeah.
like every person had to have a backup prepared, and I was like, shit.
Well, it was Game of Thrones themed, right? The whole point was to have
Uh-huh.
like shocking deaths and everything.
So I was like, ooh, it feels like we're in that territory. Okay.
Yeah, you guys are in the danger zone. That's the reason. Well, if you guys got caught in the camp,
It'd be
what
fun.
would have happened was basically a force of cultists that outnumber you 5-1 would have shown up.
That's what I was thinking, because you had said
And either
about the
killed you or
number.
take you prisoner based on how amicable you guys are, or how
Ooh.
willing you were to surrender.
I'm sure Terrence would have talked real pretty. However, ooh, not a good thought.
It was. You guys did everything right for that one. You guys did do everything right
This
for that.
time,
This time, yeah. I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. But
I just
no, you
wanted to
guys-
case the place, come to a meeting of the minds with a solid plan, execute it efficiently, and be way the F out of there before anybody knew anybody was missing. That's all I want.
Yeah, there was quite a few ways that could have gone, but you guys did a good job.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, totally, for sure.
Yeah, you did a good job, and you got the monk out. You got that kind of weird monk out, who like wears chokers and corsets. I don't. Hey man, he's living his life, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I'm trying to decide if I'm into it or not. Really. Are we all back? Sarvolg, Ember?
Yep,
Yeah,
I'm back.
I'm here. I'm just playing with numbers. For those of you who want to know,
oh dearie.
and I may be the only person who wants to know, the magic number with 2 mules not putting any feed on the horses is 14 days.
Okay.
Not bad. Oh, you guys, just to be clear, you guys left Montgomery and Zephrah, right? Just to be very clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. You guys were like, all right, go back to Ben. He's like, thanks, you guys are the best. And then you just dipped and left him with a fucking griffin tattoo on his back.
Yes.
Fitch was
You
tempted for a
guys-
minute to try and sway him to, maybe come along, be a little squire, but they went back
Well,
on.
hey, some of you guys have been told, like, maybe it's time to go home. Like, Yvain, that rumor about the Heart of the Mountain, Finch,
I
you were
was-
recommended to maybe return to Oman.
I was gonna wait until we were playing again to bring stuff up.
All right. Yeah, well, we're certainly playing again. So you guys all, you get all of your stuff arranged with your horses and whatever, and they're gonna cover them being held for that's not good. For the rest of the night. So you guys can basically like set up camp outside of the stables, and you'll be able to continue your travels tomorrow. But for now, you may rest, talk, whatever you think you need to do.
Could we all, like, I don't know, have a meal together and just sort of hang out?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. We haven't done that ever in a
Yeah,
while.
chill.
You haven't seen that ever in a while.
I was about to say we haven't done that ever, and then I was like, have we? And I'm like, kind of.
We sort of did that one night on the road when we
Uh-huh.
talked about,
Oh yes, yeah,
why
you're
we
right.
were in Stillben.
In a
and
while.
It's a good night to do it again, I think.
That's a good suggestion. Okay, Yvain. Look at you, so smart. Let's get some grub.
So yeah, we'll go have a
Ooh,
nice
s-
meal and
Speaking of grub, I forgot all about fucking rations.
Mhm.
Could everyone mark off 2 rations, please? Because you did stay a night in the peaks on the way back to Zephrah, and you did stay for a night on the way down the mountain. So 2 rations, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, please continue. My bad.
All right, I know for sure I have them. I'm just going to put it in my notebook so that we can, you know, role play.
Yeah, no worries.
So are we just
Yeah, I'll
going
give
to
you
get
guys the
something
map.
from the tavern? Or whatever the facilities we have here are.
Time.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, what was that? What'd you ask?
Well, I was like about the meal. So are we like sometimes Ember cooks, but I mean, if we just rest, I don't want him to, you know, not
Oh,
rest.
no. The cooking is fine. I enjoy it.
All right, well, I mean, do you want to buy ingredients? Do we want to go forage? You know, we should probably come up with a way when we're traveling. Do we want to rely on rations? Do we want to, like, you know, I can forage some, Zarvolg is better at it, but I can do it some. Like, is there a way to divide labor where it's equitable?
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I don't mind hunting.
And you know,
I'll
whenever
certainly
we're
gather herbs and vegetables.
whenever we're, you know, in a place with a market, I tend to pick up, you know, root stores that'll last. You know, herbs, salt being a big one, but those sorts of things that will last for a good period. And then I, you know, sock them away in my kitchen, so I have stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Which
grateful
remi-
to not eat rations, but I definitely don't want, like, I want to participate in the preparing of the meals, including to assisting you if you would need assistance. I'm just, you know, not great with it.
That's fine. I'm not the least bit concerned. But I do have a question for you though. Assuming that at some point we end up in Terra, do you think that I could impose upon you to introduce me to some of the Masons? Because I would like to build myself sort of a proper oven.
She's chuckling. My father's a master mason. Yes, I'm sure I know someone.
Oh, that
My father is this giant earth genasi who happens to be a mason by trade. His name is Magnus, and he's a merry soul, and I adore him. And speaking of terror, Corin laid a pretty big hint that I should be getting about my way home. Apparently, in the month that I've been gone, the Heart of the Mountain has lost his bloody mind. Rumor has it that he is about to, or talking about wanting to have a replacement. Here's the thing. He is so he's so old, like he may have witnessed the divergence. I don't know, it's possible. But if you merely suggest, all right, look, he's an arc druid, so if you merely suggest his eld, he'll just sit there looking perfectly normal and the entire mountain will shake. So, you know, we're very quiet around him, but apparently the word's gotten out, so I should go home and check in. I should probably go to Whitestone first, so, you know, I'm not going home being like, oh, that thing I left a month ago to do, I never did.
Would they be understanding, though, if they knew that you received such impactful news that you returned home without us going to Whitestone first?
Yes, that's... I mean, you didn't say it was an emergency.
It sounds like being your reaction is implying that it is.
It's just he's so all right. So he's very, very grumpy.
That's fair.
But there are a few people that he seem to make him not grumpy. My father is one of them, oddly enough, so am I. And if there are hordes upon hordes of young druids around, he's going to stroke out.
Why would there be hordes and hordes of young druids? I didn't follow all of that. I'm not I'm not
Sorry, I
culturally
babbled.
familiar.
All right, so Keyleth, the voice of the Tempest. You probably heard the Airashari mention her.
Yes.
She is the. It's strange. I suppose you would call her the head of the elders, except she's not very elder. She's a half elf, but she's very pretty and she looks very young, but she's very, very powerful. And so she is sort of their head authority.
Okay.
In Terra, we have the heart of the mountain. Well, Patisse is very, very, very old and very, very grumpy about him being old.
And you said that there's a possibility of a replacement. That seems like a pretty significant thing to be happening. What does is there an heir or
No, it doesn't go by heir at all. It's the Aramente. So basically, a young druid that is worthy is sent to all four rifts and has to perform a task, and it can take 20 years, and you can die doing it. And then afterwards, you lead the Ashari, who are trying to take a bigger place in the world, since all the stuff with the dragons and stuff 20 years ago, and the Vecna and weirdness, and I don't know. We're very small in Terra.
who decides who's worthy?
Oh, I don't.
Make a history check. Yvain.
I don't know.
It is a check though, because like you say, he's old as fuck, and Aramente hasn't really happened up in Terra very often. So go ahead and make a history check to see if, like,
4, but something that you had established was that when Keyleth went through for her Aramente, that I had seen her because I was on my father's shoulders. That was. I don't know if I knew that was what was happening though.
That's such
I
a
don't even know
cute
if being 2 years old.
It's like because I adjusted my age so that I was very young.
Yeah. I think it's we'll say that like people don't typically remember a lot of memories from when they're that young, but it was certainly an interesting enough group that it laid an impression upon you, and then later on you had context for being impressed, I guess, by that. But you rolled a 4 for your history check.
Yeah, so I don't forget I said any of that. I'm so sorry. I have no idea how to cross the mountain.
You're good. Everything you said is fine. But your 4 would represent that you're not sure how. Bless you. You're not sure how it is selected. You're not sure how a druid is selected to become the next, person to undertake the Aramente. You don't know how the selection process works. You know that there is an Aramente. You know that a druid is selected to undertake the Aramente. Only one druid can do the Aramente at a time to become the new leader, or headmaster, as it's called, headmaster of an Ashari order. But you don't know how a druid is selected.
Yeah, that's for druids. I am, but I'm not really a trained druid. It's sort of it's really new. I don't know how it happened, really.
Does it matter?
Well,
I have a feeling it might, but it hasn't.
More important question, perhaps? Is that something that you would want?
I think it's bigger than me. I don't think it's about what I want. I think it's about the leadership of the Ashari. It's
If you were called upon.
about having the strength to hold back the rift. It's about having the diplomacy to work within the world and to be a bigger player about the world's problems, not just hiding in our mountains.
So if you were called upon, you
Of
would.
course.
That's pretty significant.
I sort of think of it like this. The gods exist, right? Of course they do. And you serve a god. We don't serve the gods, we serve Exandria, the plane, the earth, the things that make up this plane. That's what the Ashari serve, and protecting it at the rifts.
It's all something larger than yourself. I mean, God, whatever. You know, it's a larger piece of service. And based on what I've seen in the last month, you do not seem like the sort of person who would not step into that space if you felt that there was a need, something that needed to be done, even if you didn't know exactly how you would get it done. You would try it anyway.
You're right, absolutely, of course. When we get to Terra, if you come, and I hope you do, I think you'll understand. No one in the world would think of me in the same context as the heart of the mountain.
Don't think you're giving yourself enough credit.
No one's ever seen me do anything remotely druidic.
Okay. So then it sounds like we're settled then, because this is important.
So from here to, looking at the map, here to Westrun, and then along the Silvercuck to the crossroads, and then north to Craghammer, and then I have no idea how to get from there to Terra.
I can get us home from there. In theory, I can get us home from there.
Okay.
I also want to put out there, Yvain, as a quick side note, Yvain, it's something that I hadn't considered until I did a little reading today. Terra and Craghammer do not get along at all.
Nor do
Terra
Zarvog
represent.
and Craghammer.
What was that?
I said, nor do Zarvog and Craghammer.
Actually,
but Yvain, you would know that.
It would.
Well, just to give you
it's
context,
just best to give them
Yvain.
a wide berth.
Yvain, just to give you a little context, basically why that is think of it like this: the dwarves are industrialists. The Ashari are like the Native Americans. The dwarves want to go into the mountains of Terra and strip it for minerals and fuel, and the druids want to protect their ancestral home. And Terra's constantly trying to tell Craghammer, don't dig here, don't do this, don't do that, because if you do this, these elementals will show up. If you do this, this bad thing will happen, and they don't really listen. So it's basically Terra saying, like, be cautious and respect nature, and the dwarves going, we want cool, shiny gems. So that's basically the context of your culture against Crag.
Yeah, so Yvain's going to suggest, listen, really, it is for the best that we avoid the dwarves at Craghammer. It's just going to be problematic on so many different levels. So if we have to go else, like if we have to take it around and she'll show a different path, we'll take the extra time to miss them.
Well, Yvain, as you got the map out, I'll tell you what. You're not proficient with clicker for a surprise. Why don't you make me a survival check?
Now that I can do. Rolled you in a while. Something to do. You know something? That's fine, because that's a 14 on the dice, and I've got pretty decent survival skills. Come here. What's your thing? Survival is a +5, so that's a 19.
19. You know, basically getting to Terra is just hella mountain climbing. Like what you just did to get to Zephrah on steroids. So you have like a couple of options. You could take the route that you accidentally took to try and get to where you got lost. You could make your way up the Wildwood Valley into the Wildwood where you met Happy, and then kind of make your way through the Gray Valley up into Terra. You could indeed go to Craghammer and then make your way through the paths to Terra, which is probably the path of least resistance. Or you could take the real long way around and visit Amon, make your way up to Fort Daxio, and then travel into the mountains past Fort Daxio. So those would be like the three probably big routes that you would surmise. You could always go through Joran Village, but that's a lot of mountain climbing.
All right, so first of all, do we want to go through Imon? Finch, is there anyone at home you'd like to visit? Ember?
I mean, there is, but I'm not aching to get back home.
I mean, I always would be happy to pop in and see Mom, but and I'd be happy to introduce you to her, but it's not necessarily something that absolutely must be done.
Yeah, mine can wait. Like I said, or like Ember said, I would never turn down an opportunity to see my dad, my brothers, but this sounds like it's something that we need to kind of get you home for, and then we can kind of figure out what we'll do from there, right?
I will also note, as a side note, adventurers, you guys are down 2 party members. You guys are looking to make a name for yourself and maybe make a little coin. Amon is the beating heart of Tal'Dorei. If you want to know what's going on in Tal'Dorei, if you want to meet like-minded adventurers, if you want jobs, if you want to make it big, Amon's the way to go. That's what they say.
Oh dear.
Just as a reminder. You guys are completely free to do what you want. This isn't the DM being like, go to Amon, I need you to go to Amon. This is just me saying this is sort of like, imagine you're all like actors and you're like, we got to go to LA. That's where we're going to make it. That's kind of the feeling. If you're an adventurer, you want to go to Amon. If you're an actor, you want to go to Los Angeles, right?
So, DM, I think I'm going to need to make a check here. I'm thinking
Sure.
really hard. I've been with them for about a month. If I'm correct, it's been right at 30 days. How long have I been gone from Terra? Like, how long was it from the time I left to now? Because I can't recall.
I would say that indeed you're not quite sure because you got pretty lost and maybe lost track of the days. If I was to give you a rough estimate of how long you've been gone, probably like 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe more, maybe less. It's tough to say. You clearly weren't the ranger you thought you were.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it's been like maybe 6 months. So unless his health has deteriorated incredibly in 6 months, it's not that time sensitive. We could absolutely stop an Imon. But if you'd rather go up there and check to make sure he hasn't exploded the mountain range in frustration first, we can do that too. We avoid Craghammer no matter which way. I don't want a confrontation with the dwarves.
I'm willing to follow your lead on what you think best practice is.
It's also like, just as I hate to keep throwing these in there, but like if you went to Craghammer, Yvain, like nobody's gonna like attack you or be mad at you or whatever. It's more of like a cultural. It's more of like the Ashari versus Craghammer than it is dwarves versus druids, if that makes sense, right?
I want to make sure that I am not antagonistic because things have a way of happening to us, right? That we've had things happen to us when we're on the way from here to there, and I don't want to cause any international incidents on the way to home.
Fair enough.
That's legit.
All right, I'm on first to know. Zarvog, view opinion.
What's that? I don't have an opinion. I was not considering heading to somewhere as big as Iman yet, but
I was going to go
I'll
to
go along.
Whitestone, give my thing in just so I could say I bloody well did what I left to do, even though I failed, I at least finished. And then I was going to go back to Terra.
Looking at the map, West Run to Whitestone seems like the most comfortable route to me, but that's, that doesn't necessarily get us to Terra. So
The thing is, to go to Terra, if you notice, you have to go all the way down. You have to follow the water. You can't cross it. Seriously, it's impossible to cross. So
Right.
you have to follow that area, and it's rocky as hell. Well, but you're a ranger, and so it might not be so bad for us. But it's from here, from Western, it would be easier to veer towards the northeast and avoid Whitestone altogether. If making it to Terra was a bigger objective, we could also go Whitestone to Iman to Terra, or we could just go to Terra because it's as far north as we'd possibly go, unless we want to go to Lyrenborn for some reason, see my grandmother, which I don't know why we'd do. But anyway, we go to Terra, just work south the way of Tal'Dorei.
I don't have a preference. I'm just not as familiar with the larger cities.
All right, I say we stop in Iman on the way then. There's going to be news, and if I'm going to go there empty-handed, as far as, hey, I finished my thing, I'm at least going to go being able to say, oh, I learned something. And I want to meet your mum. I want to try this. I want to see what she does in the kitchen. You speak so well of her. So yeah, let's go to Iman since nobody wants to be decisive. I love you all.
That's fine. So from here, Western, and then forward to Oman.
And onward.
Okay. And onward, she says, as you all go to bed.
As we all
Right.
Yeah, you all lay down. You're gonna get your long rest. There's gonna be no issues. It's a fairly populated area. Yeah, you can go ahead, hit the button, go ahead and mark off rations, feeds covered for the night because you're stabled still. So yeah, go ahead and mark off the ration. And yeah, you can all awaken the next morning. Prepare yourself for another day of adventure. Actually do windswept plane. I think that makes more sense. Okay, it's time to travel, guys. You ready?
Yes.
Making my way.
Making my way.
Fantastic. You guys all saddle up. You guys are going to be moving faster than on foot because you have to move as fast as your slowest individual. And that would be like 40-foot speed, which means you guys are going to be rocking along pretty damn good. You guys are going to make 30 miles a day, which is fantastic. So I think it's going to be good. Travel was good. So you guys are going to make your way 30 feet up the road. Let's see if there's any random encounters. And since we're back on the road, if there's anything anyone wants to do while they travel, let me know.
Well, I definitely like to use the time while we travel to study
nothing is going to, no random encounters while you're on the road to. What was that?
I'd like to study while
What'd you say?
we're on the road, I can learn Goblin.
Yeah.
Are
Yeah,
you sightseeing? Are you sightseeing as well for what animals? Are you doing animal observation?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, can I split it between learning goblin and animal spotting? Pretty please.
Sure.
I'll use
If
my
Zarvol's willing to teach, yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say I'll use my goggles to aid her in picking
What's up,
out.
Zarvol?
I'm sorry, did you hear me? Is he gone?
I'm here. Sorry,
Oh.
what did you say?
I said, and now I can also use my goggles to help her picking out faraway beasties.
You could like they're not attunement. You could just loan them to her for a day.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Cool. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Hand them off to her.
Oh.
Or whatever, or the best way to do it. You could do it, and you could try and scope for her, or whatever. Okay, so as a note, this is different for you, Zarvolg. You can do other activities while remaining alert, but Yvain cannot. So Yvain, I don't. I think the rules essentially are like you can do side activities while traveling, but while you're doing those side activities, you can't remain alert. So keep that in mind. But you know what? I think going forward, I'm going to start allowing it. So Yvain, sure, you mark down 4 hours of Goblin. If Zarvolg is willing to provide it, and then if you want to go creature spotting, and Zarvolg is willing to loan out his goggles, go ahead and make me a perception check at advantage.
Yep.
Okay, that was a 16 on the dice, and I think my perception is pretty high. Yeah, +5. So 21.
Got it. Give me a moment. I'm just putting my filters in for your beasties. Okay, what did you roll?
A 21.
21. I'm going to use my new dice that give me like odds. So you rolled well. Let's see what the odds are today of you finding a beast. Quite good. Okay, let's see what quite good means. One, yeah, Yvain, you're using these goggles to take a look around, and you spot out in the plain, you see this rather large ostrich-like creature, but it has a beak that flares like a bearded axe at the front of its face. It is a tall, flightless bird with strong legs and a heavy wedge shaped beak. You see an axe beak.
Oh, that's so cool! I squeak and point it out.
It's lucky you had those goggles because it was pretty far off.
Oh, worth it. Thanks, guys.
Credibles or anything else?
Nope.
No. If that's the case, mark off a ration, mark off 6 feed. You guys get a long rest. No trouble befalls you.
I can also, whenever anybody's ready on any one of these days, I can hunt if we need to come up with some fresh meat.
Oh, and actually, does someone need to be actively taking care of the horses? You know, horses, you have to take care of their feet. Like, I mean, Elaine would take responsibility for brushing them and like doing all the things that a stable hand would do, but
Yeah.
like
we could say like yeah, we'll say like we could say if you want to like RP it out, absolutely. But I definitely assume that like chores and whatnot are done off screen.
Cool. Okay, no, that's all.
Yeah, no worries.
I just didn't want the horses to die because we like one of their feet fell off. That's actually a thing that can happen if you don't take care of their feet.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Somebody should help Ember with his. We don't want his horse kicking his face off.
Jesus.
Trust me, before that happens, we'll have steak.
Well, Bruise ho.
Every part used.
Okay. This next day goes by. No random encounters. If there's nothing else,
Yeah, let me hunt for a little while, see if I can find some fresh meat.
okay, make me what? Oh yeah, we're gonna go back to the damn hunting rules. Uh okay, make me a survival check to see if you can find a creature to hunt.
16.
16, give me half a moment while I pull up my sheet. Come on, I haven't saved this? No way. There we are. Okay, here we are. 16, you say? See what's available for hunting. 16. You find, yeah, 16. You find a conjure anything in particular up for you. Half a moment. There we go. Ooh, this is cool. As you're hunting, you find a couple of snakes. You want to try and hunt them?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check for the hunt. Let me know if you have any abilities, spells, or anything at all that you want to apply to your hunt to try and kill it.
All right. No, I think regular stealth check. Yeah. Oh, 11.
Okay. 11. You hunt and slay a snake. You, my friend, slay a snake, and it was a big one too. It was tiny, but for its size, it was pretty good. You're gonna get about 4 pounds of meat off this thing.
Nice.
So I would say that you could feed 4 individuals this evening.
Great. Ribeye snake for everybody.
Fantastic.
Nom nom nom.
All right. If that's the case, you guys want to lay down for the night? I guess that's the party. So no need for rations tonight. But mark off that 6 feed for your horses. No random encounters this evening, and you can continue on your way. I will say, if anybody wants to ever fast track the travel, that's perfectly fine by me. But I want to give you guys the opportunity to do stuff on the road if you want to RP or do activities, whatever you want.
Can just as a standing order, can I try and it only I think it covers like a 20-foot square area, but can I alarm whatever I think is the most likely path of ingress for our camping spots?
Yes, you can try and be as strategic as possible about your camping spots. Absolutely. Okay. Uh, no random encounters today either. You guys are pretty darn lucky. Anything anyone wanted to do today?
Can we have like a standing order? However many days it is. Like on those days, I would take 4 hours to work on learning Goblin. We just track how many days.
Sure. Yeah. So go ahead and mark off if, of course, Sarvolk is willing to help.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So mark off 4 hours of Goblin today and make me a perception check at advantage.
Oh, that advantage came in super handy because that other one was a 2. 17 plus 5 is a 22.
A 22. You're perceiving, and you think you see something out there, and you're like, "What's that?" And you zoom in, and you see a little cat. You see a little kitty cat, a little wild cat out in the middle of the plains, all by itself, licking its paw, and you're like, "Aw, that's so fucking cute." And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a flying snake like flies into the side of your head out of nowhere, and just like wraps itself around you and goes.
Like my head?
Yeah.
Like, oh shit. I should
And
probably.
it tries to bite you. And it rolls a natural 20.
Oh,
That sucks.
What the fuck just happened?
You're gonna take 1 piercing damage, and you're gonna take
A lingering injury?
yes.
So I gotta explain. No, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I gotta explain myself. I gotta explain myself. Hang on here. So basically what I'm doing I have this new dice where basically it has listed on it like it's a D8 and it has like different like outcomes for things like best possibility or the worst possibility or a very good possibility or a very bad possibility. And I rolled the worst. So I was like, okay, she sees a cat and then like some sneaky creature like flies into your head. That's as much as I thought it was going to go. Rolls an at 20, and you're going to take that 1 point of piercing damage. You're going to take 3, 6, 7. You're going to take, that's 10. That was too much. 7, and then 12.
You're doing calculus.
You're going to take 18 poison damage as this thing bites you in the neck.
Wow.
And then it just flies off.
What?
Roll me a d20 for lingering injury. That's so fucked. I'm so sorry.
20.
20.
My one crit of the night, I got it here. Fuck.
20's good. 20's good.
Is Yvain even still up? Are you still up?
Yes, but she's
Barely, right?
pissed.
So as it bites you and you take all of that damage, you basically start to feel like fairly nauseous. It's a minor nausea, but it's okay. So basically, you have minor nausea. Every time you go to try and consume food, you must make a con save, and we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Okay, but I'm not down, and if it's leaving it's leaving. Don't I get an attack of opportunity?
It has a feature. It has a feature called flyby, which means that it doesn't take opportunity attacks. But this is a plane, so it's not getting very far. So it gets away from you. You kind of grab it, and it gets away from you, and it's trying to fly away. So it's got a clean shot on it, basically.
All right. Can
guiding
I put a shot
bolt
on this thing?
An attack rolls a guiding bolt on the flying snake.
It's not great. It's a 16.
16 hits. Roll damage.
Fuck yes.
Don't worry, it's gonna get a worse lingering injury, I think.
14.
14. It hits you in the side of the face. It bites down your neck, and you start to feel like incredibly nauseous, like you're gonna throw up. It flies away from you, and you put your hand up and shoot up this bolt of light, and the snake fucking just explodes in midair.
Is Yvain poisoned?
No, she's just been really hurt by poison. She's not under the poison
Okay.
condition.
Well, that was weird.
She's just standing there, holding onto her neck, seething in anger.
So fast that we'd be like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, it happens so fucking fast.
What are you doing?
Are you okay?
She's gonna. Zephrah just asked what I was doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's going to drop her hand, and her neck is gushing blood,
Oh,
gushing. She has 8 hit. She took 18 points of damage. She has 7 hit points right now, but she's also poisoned.
Well, so you take your hand off of your neck, and Zarvog, what you'll see is there's like little chunks of coagulated blood, sort of falling out of the wound, and all of the veins around the bite mark are just like all the veins are elevated to the surface of the neck, just like black web of various veins. It looks pretty bad.
I'm going to contain a freak out. And then I'm going to touch Yvain's neck and I'm going to cast Lay on Hands.
All right, how many points?
Let's do 10.
All right, Yvain, you feel 10 points restored to you, and the nausea fades away.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm still
What
not even
was
sure what
that?
happened. I'm still not even sure what happened.
I don't,
I don't either.
yeah, I'm very confused right now.
Okay.
Who gets attacked by a vampire in the middle of the road in the middle of the day?
It's a vampire snake. It's a flying vampire snake.
Amazing. What is with this session, man?
Apparently, the answer is Yvain does.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Something that I do want to do as we're traveling along is I want to spend some time, and this is a pretty good segue, is
Okay.
I want to ask Yvain, what does it feel like when you do a transformation like you did up on the mountain? What does it feel like when you channel whatever it is that you're channeling to heal wounds like you did just now for Yvain? I don't understand anything about any of that, and I'm trying to better educate myself.
Oh, this is gonna be weird.
I have no idea what I'm doing at all.
Oh, it's not directed at you, Yvain.
All right, never
I
mind.
want to know from Finch.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The transformation to the divine angelic form with the wings, the
Mhm.
laying on of hands. That spellcasting I kind of understand in a general sense. You're moving energy or power from one spot to another, and that's all of the nuts and bolts arcana piece. But some of these other things that don't have any correlation, just trying to understand, what does it feel like? Is there euphoria? Is it stressful? On that sort of thing, trying to understand what that experience is like.
I feel like, and Finch will like kind of pause and noodle on your question. No one's ever really asked me that before. If I have to think about it, I would say that my power, or I draw my power from my faith. And when I'm exercising that power, whether it is to heal or to transform, like you saw, which I'm still honestly trying to process myself. I think I shared with you that it's still very new to me. It feels like goodness, like calm. And they say calmness is the cradle of power. And that's what it feels like for me. like warmth and calm.
Thank you. That's very interesting. It will take me days to process that, I'm sure.
So it feels powerful.
No, it doesn't feel powerful. It feels, like I said, it feels like calm. Like you said, perhaps a euphoric state of calmness. When I to use your example, right? You asked what it feels like to transform. In that moment when I was first discovering that about myself, there was fear. There was a lot of fear because someone that I loved was in harm's way, and focusing on my reaction, it was a rush of calm, and in that moment, everything faded away, and I was able to overcome, whatever adverse feelings that I had in order to rise to the challenge to perform my duties and protect the people that I care about. So it's definitely not a feeling of power, it's a feeling of calm.
Thank you. I appreciate your insight.
Mm-hmm. I'll think on that too. And if I can think of better ways to articulate it, I will let you know. I think having been asked that, Finch will kind of then ponder to themselves. Maybe they'll clutch their amulet a little bit and just kind of think about the gravity of the question that you asked, because I think that's a pretty powerful thing to where does your power draw from, I think and what does that feel like? I think it's a pretty profound question, and they'll ponder on that for quite a while.
Right. Excellent. So you ride your horses forward, and at the end of the day, you're going to find yourselves stopping at the edge of a river, and a perfect little place to put up camp. As you find yourself at this river, it's worth noting that the water in this river is very, very cold, like Arctic cold. Yeah, but nonetheless, seemingly good enough water. And you guys can all settle in to try and take a long rest, and it seems, again, you're all very lucky individuals. If everyone marks off a ration and 6 feed, you will all sustain a long rest with ease. Wake up the next morning, and proceed on your way if you wish to across the bridge that crosses over top of this river.
Can I, is there fish in this river?
Make me a survival or perception check, your choice. Straight perception, though, because unfortunately a telescope won't help you look under the water.
No, 11.
11? Yeah, there's fish. Or there are fish, but you're not really like a... Yeah, there's fish in there. I'll simply leave it at that. Yes, there are fish.
All right, can I try and fish for them?
Yeah, if you want to sit down and do a little fishing, maybe before you
Yeah, like early in the
set
morning
off.
before we head out. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Do you have fishing equipment?
Oh, you know what? I don't.
Okay.
Zarvog, here, take this.
Got a spear?
Yes.
Rock on. I have a net too.
Hey,
Let's have
You
at
now
it.
have fishing gear.
you now have fishing gear. Incredible. Yeah, if you want to go fishing, let's see. Make me a survival check because you have the basic equipment to do so.
23.
23. That's pretty good. 23.
It's like a sturgeon.
You capture you catch a couple of trout These are what are considered to be knucklehead trout. So Yvain, you can add that to your beasts now. Trout. And and as
Thank
for
you.
you, my friend, you will have acquired your big fat 23. You have a fine catch, so let's use this size dice. You catch about 9 pounds of meat.
Oh, nice.
You catch like 3 or 4 fish.
Nice. I'm gonna offer the spear and the fish back to Ember and ask if, would you like to prepare these?
Sure.
All right. So
right.
fish me whenever we want them.
Yeah, so you're covered for rations for tonight. The fish will probably go bad by the next day, but that's okay. So you're covered for rations for the day. Very good. Or you know what? I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. Why doesn't everybody take back one ration that they just spent last night, and that'll feed you guys for tonight, or for the previous day, and tomorrow. So you guys are good for rations for yesterday and today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There you go.
Thanks, Ember.
Good job. All right, another 30 miles down the road today. You're getting close. And in fact, before we proceed, I want to check something out here. Yvain, make me your standard perception check here for stuff.
Of course, absolutely. All right, that is a 19 on the dice. Hopefully I see what's coming. Let me check my thing because my computer's being weird. Yeah, so that's a 24.
24. All right, give me a second here.
You're fully healed, right, Yvain? We had a long rest.
I believe. Oh yeah, I should reset. Something. Thank you. La la la.
Stuff's happening. Hang on a second. What'd you roll, Yvain?
24.
Jesus Christ. All right, let's see how your chances are. Ooh, Yvain, you weren't so lucky yesterday, but you're pretty lucky today. What is the CR that you're capable of turning into?
1.
1. Got it. You're using the goggles and you're looking across the wildlands, and way, way, way off, like a couple miles off. This actually might end up being a pretty cool thing here. Yeah, it's coming to be around the end of the day, and you're looking off into the distance to the sort of like the northeast, and you see a pack of giant hyenas.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
So you may add giant hyenas to your beast shapes, and it's also worth noting they are running very fast, very fearfully away from something.
Oh.
Can I look and see maybe what they're running from?
Perception check.
I think, does she get the advantage with the goggles, even if they're not attuned to her?
Are they attunement items?
I don't think they're attunement items.
Nope.
Then yeah, she'll get the advantage.
They are.
Oh, they are. Well, so for the sake of this, I'm going to say, Yvain, while you were doing Goblin, maybe you've been using them more than Zarvolk on the road, and maybe you're attuned to them right now. So we'll just say that you're attuned to them for the sake of this right now.
I've got this lot.
Cool. you're gonna look over. Make me that. So what did you get on the perception check? Sorry.
An 18.
Very good. Very, very good. There it is. You sort of scan across the countryside, and you look pretty much directly, not quite directly north, but again, north-northeast. And you see about a day's travel in that direction. You can just barely see way out there. There is this, oh, hang on. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right description here. Blah. Okay. You see a number of low hills. You see little pieces of ruin that are sort of scattered in a circle, and a number of what look to be like maybe like stone, broken stone, very intentionally cut, but broken stone of ancient time. Maybe even a couple of and a lot of little stones here. It all looks very, very intentional, but ancient and ruined. And you also see what looks to be like a crypt entrance. Those grounds look dark, but you see, I'll actually just show you guys the picture. Facebook, you see about a day's travel. You see, oh, that's also the Demon Lord Grisetst. Don't worry about him. He's not there. That's just, I accidentally sent that. Please do not worry about the Demon Lord Grisetst. He is only in your nightmares and my dreams. But no, the landscape image, that is what you see.
All right. So I'm going to describe to the best of my detail everything I've seen with distances and the whole scene.
Yeah.
Is this onward towards Western that I'm seeing it?
Say that again, sorry?
So is this onwards towards Western that I'm seeing all of this, or is it in a slightly different direction?
It's definitely a detour. It's not like you'd be going backwards, but you'd definitely be like, you'd probably be adding a day or two. You'd probably like a day and a half, 2 days to your travel if you were to go to this place. Maybe less.
I will take the helmet off.
Yeah, about a day.
Give it
You'd be
day.
adding like maybe a day and a half to your travel if you were to go to this place.
Now, I will convey all of that and give Zar back the helm. He needs to have it now.
All right. Slip it back on.
So yeah, hyenas are a problem, but they're running from something, and there's there's this behind them. That's that description here.
Might be worth taking a look.
Yeah, that looks dark and inviting.
Zarvolg's favorite.
Those are usually mutually exclusive terms. You realize that, Zarvog.
Let's go. It's been a few days.
All right, let's go check it out.
Huh? So you guys can sit down for your long rest here, as you just see this at the end of the day, basically. You guys are covered for food today, so just mark off the 6 rations. Nothing's going to befall you this evening. You all get a long rest. And you guys take off into the plains to go explore this site. There won't be any trouble on the way there, which is awesome. You can make your perception check if you want.
So that should be Zar,
And
yeah?
mark off your 4. Yvain, because you're looking for animals, right?
No, I gave the helm back to Zar.
Oh, okay. You give it back to Zarvolg.
Yeah.
So you can still make your perception check, just not at advantage.
Okay. Probably not 10.
Unfortunately, nothing too interesting is on your radar today, I'm afraid. You do get your 4 hours of goblin. At the very end of the day, your horses, your mules, and of course, all of you adventurers, you find yourselves approaching this very foreboding place. Yvain, specifically, something about this place makes your stomach turn. It just feels kind of wrong. But as you approach, you again see the landscape that I recently showed you, and you find yourselves there. I'll tell you what. Who could I give this to? I'm gonna give this to you, actually, Zarvolg, because you're from the area. Zarvolg, make me a little history check. Would anybody here consider their character to be like a war buff?
Not in this area.
No, not in this area, but
I
you're
don't know if
local.
Finch would be a war buff, but I would assume that they would have some knowledge just given their background.
All right, that's true. Make me history check as well, Finch. I'll give it to you as well.
I got a 10.
10, okay. Finch?
14.
14. You two have heard legends of a place called Shade Barrow. You don't know much. You know it had something to do with the Scattered War, which I'll allow you to roll more on if you wish to. But essentially, when the Republic of Tal'Dorei was being formed, it happened after a great war known as the Scattered War. Many things happened during that war, good and bad. And this was you guys can't remember exactly what happened here, but this is a important site of that war centuries ago. Something bad happened here. You can't remember quite what it was, but something really bad happened here during that war. The other thing that you two definitely know is that this place, it was said to have been lost. The location of this place is lost and nobody really knows where it was. And the last thing you know is that they say that no one who has visited Shade Barrow has ever returned alive, but neither do they come back entirely dead.
Fuck.
Oh. Well, that seems dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not. Is there a reason why we would be going there besides just morbid curiosity?
Yeah, no. See, I feel like we need to be sent there.
Yvain, as you're looking around, I want you to make me, God, what do I want you? I want you to make me, let's call it a insight or history check, your choice.
Insight. That will be decent. $16.
16. You're looking around at this site. You see that these hedges around here, they're druidic. You don't know what's happened here exactly, but something terrible happened here. And this was a druid circle. And these druidic hedges stand regally atop this grassy hill, and all seemed sort of peaceful, but something inside of your stomach, maybe even your own magic, tells you something's wrong here. Or perhaps it's Happy, because Happy's got his little ears down, he's scrunched up into a ball, he's shivering, he doesn't like this place. Something bad happened here, and something bad happened to druids.
She looks right at him. And in Sylvan, she asked, "Do we have to go there?"
Your little buddy, I'm not aware. It just kind of Happy just kind of looks up at you and just looks pretty scared. That's all there really is to be said about it. It just looks kind of scared.
We're
And
going
then
there.
sort of and then suddenly Happy sort of just like stops and like looks in a direction and then turns around and fucking books it in the other direction away from where you guys are standing. In tandem, you guys all hear suddenly from around the circle, you hear sort of emerge out from the grounds around you. You turn around and look into the middle of this grassy hill to see these ghastly spirits rise as the sun sets. You see these specters move up from the ground. They wail incessantly and curse as they look at you all, point their fingers and say, "Defy all of this." And they lunge at you. And that's where we're going to call the session.
Fuck.
Thank God we have a paladin. Thank God we have a paladin.
Yeah.
An angelic paladin, by the way.
Right, baby.
Does this have undead vibes? This has undead vibes.
Oh, for sure.
Nah. No, definitely.
Just blow through all my divine sense.
Yeah. DM, can I do a divine sense? Is there anyone dead around? Does anyone look like is there any ghosts? Anything like that?
I'll wait till we get closer. It only has a 60-foot range.
Oh, they're right there. You guys are standing on that hill, and they're like about 5 of these specters sort of emerge from the ground. These spirits that all I will say descriptively, they do look kind of like you guys. They do have like battered armor. They do have like many pouches on their belt. They look like adventurers. They look like dead adventurers.
Cool. So I don't even need to use divine sense. I can just see dead people.
Yeah, you can see, and you can see through them. They're like translucent and everything, and they look fucking scary and pissed off.
Sweet.
Rock on.
All right. Well,
And you guys did 5 days of travel.
Hey, Yvain, how's your silver sickle with the ghosties?
You know, I'm so happy about this the silver sickle. I am. I so am. Really, really am.
it's a sweet weapon.
I know there's all these low-level druid and ranger exclusive attunement items. I'm like, where the fuck else are they gonna be finding these?
Heck yeah. Well, I'm glad your internet held out a little bit better tonight.
Yeah, me
that's so
too.
good.
Me too. I just told everybody who is staying in this room with me to fuck off until I was done. That was a joke. I didn't say that. That would have been very mean. I'd have felt bad. But yeah, it held out a little bit better, and I won't be here tomorrow, so I won't have to deal with this shit ever again.
Mm. Sounds good.
Right.
So quiet at the end of the shit. Did I scare you guys with my ghosts?
A little bit.
Well, I mean, you know.